Hello and welcome. It's TPK Tuesday. Hello, everybody. Hello, ProStar, Seth, Toxie, Cater, Lurker, Varus, Ruffian, Legion, Sensei, Ninja. How's it going, everybody? Love the piece where you figured out again in Shadow's Breach how complicated armor is. I didn't realize I would get all of my spells. That's a bit insane. The fact that I get all of them. Jesus. Only here for a little bit. Try not to miss you when I'm gone. You wouldn't want to be judged for fraternizing with your lesser. Jesus, Varus. Wizard clerics. Yeah, it's pretty insane. It makes sense why you don't get all of the wizard spells, which I was very confused about. But it's because you get a bunch of the really badass ones that you can just literally change out whenever you want. Flipping through some third-party 5e books that arrived today. Ooh. What'd you get, Darth? I had the same reaction when I found out a while back. Nice. Good. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. You're gonna flavor it that Marius has all of his spells logged into his armor already? More like he sort of swaps out applications. So Cure Wounds is one of his most used spells. So he often has his injectors used for that. He could swap out the serum for something else. So it's more so like him already changing up the things that he's been using and sort of giving it a new spin. Latest batch of Iron Kingdoms 5 ebooks. Ooh, I'm not familiar. My gray matter is all tingly, working on a weird magic system idea with 10 focal points that blend into 5 schools. Oh god. Does that mean Marius will get the chance to learn other wizard spells from other schools of magic? No, he can't. That's that was something very explicitly said to me by Brett, was that basically he can't learn new spells. He already knows all the spells that he knows from his training, which means he can't learn any new. Trust me, I'd love to learn something like Fireball or Speak with Dead or something like that, but I can't. Are you familiar with the miniature war game War Machine or Hordes? I am not, Darth. Neither of those ring a bell, I'm afraid. Oh, hey, Rat Stealer. Okay. This. Okay. And then I need to pull up my old Hexcrawling now. War Machine is steampunk robots alongside roughly World War I era tech. Oh, that sounds dope. Rosie would love some shit like that. It wouldn't make sense for Mario. Yeah, exactly. I also agree, Cater. I mean, I have Marius fucking deride wizards every opportunity he gets. Wizards and the gods. Basically all powerful beings who make frivolous shit all the time. That's what Marius does. He's like, oh yeah, the wizard made the misfunctioning robot that has short-term memory loss, can't remember its own functions or anything. Of course a fucking egotistical wizard made that. We naming shit again? No, we are making something this time, Jory. We are making we're redoing Hexcrawling in my setting. Why the fuck couldn't you have street it for me? Sorry, brother. I actually regret eating the food that I ate. It's not sitting well with me. I'd have streamed sooner and spare myself the tummy ache. An item cards? One thing I ate today was a packet of kimchi. Oh my god. A streamer meal. All my stuff's taking forever to load. What'd you eat? So I was like, I'll make something quick. That way I can eat it. And I made... Sorry about that. I made a Hot Pocket. I ate it, and after eating it, I had immediate regret. And it's been fucking with me. Undercooked. I nuked that motherfucker. I guess I have to re-upload this thing. Thought I had. Unless I hid it somewhere. Like a doofus. There goes the Hot Pocket sponsorship. Maybe. You know what probably happened? I'll be honest. Yesterday, I didn't eat anything. Yesterday, a majority of my stomach intake was just water. I didn't eat anything. So what probably happened is my stomach was very content, as it were, and then I ate something. And I ate something greasy. I just forgot. No, we'll upload it to quest cards. Oh my god, man. What is happening, bro? The future's now, old man. Welcome to the Middle Ages. Yeah, I guess. Welcome to being almost 30. I haven't slept since I woke up. I've yet to eat since I woke up nearly 12 hours ago. You should eat. You just need to photosynthesize with the sun? Absolutely. It's 3 degrees outside and it feels like it's minus 40. I'm sure just stepping outside for a little bit will be a-okay, baby. Nah, I'm good. I'm quite content. I know who got to shovel for 3 hours yesterday for work? Oh, Jesus. What's the purpose? What purpose does this watch streak feature even do? I don't know, man. I get like weird things from it anyway. People will be like, yeah, I have the watch streak shit. I'm like, oh, cool. And then it's super inconsistent. Force a streamer to acknowledge you. I mean, I guess. I think it gives you some like channel points. Maybe? Oh. I'm considering calling off because I got hurt. I mean, dude, I would. If I was forced to shovel like snow and shit for like 3 hours, hell no.
Imagine living in the northern hemisphere. Omega lol.
Why'd you pause so long?
Why are you asking?
What are you doing right now? What is this?
What are you doing right now?
Working on Hexcrawling.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Hey, you sound way better. You don't sound like a corpse.
I've been coughing nonstop is the thing that you don't hear.
Oh, well, see. You've clearly overcome the coughing.
That cat, that like white cat with its eyes bulging and it's
Oh.
it's like it. Let me see if I can post the what.
The fucking like, bah, it's the fucking cat again.
Plus. And I put it in text chat. That's me nonstop.
Nice.
Like every time there's a pause on stream, it's just me muting because I'm fucking hacking my brains out. What's CDM? CDM is I, the Crown DM. Oh, all right, Jory. No one talks about. Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna go back to making Hexcrawling. Fuck you guys.
Mad typing.
My favorite bully extreme. Okay, so hexes. We have two choices. If we make hexes 20 miles across, the Ettenmore becomes larger than the United States. Here, let me pull up. So the Ettenmore, which is this plot of land right now, right here. If each hex is 20 miles, this becomes bigger than the United States from side to side, which makes Tyros and Aegis as a whole a super Earth. Because I believe the US is something like 2,800 miles or something like that across, or some shit like that. And if I remember correctly, when I did the math previously, the Ettenmore ended up being like 3,200 miles across. But if we make it 10 miles across, it ends up being about 1,500 miles across, which is still massive. It just makes the rest of this place even fucking bigger. I rolled a 17 plus 6. What do I get? That's a hit. You hit the creature's AC. Go ahead and roll for damage. What's your travel time? Well, when I initially did it for 20 miles, I was a little mistaken. The original travel time for 20 miles, for them to be able to travel as many hexes as they could in a day, they were doing it in they were able to do it in about 16 hours, which is superhuman walking speed, basically.
That's right. We power walked the whole way.
Yeah, they were basically power walking everywhere they went. $12-mile hexes, that way 2 hexes a day if it's just traveling across them at a normal speed. Interesting. Um 21 plus 3. Nice. Massive damage. I'm on the phone. Who's with Crown at the moment? This is Sizzle Bacon, another an affiliate streamer.
What?
And also one of my players.
Hi. It's me.
What is Hexcrawling? Hexcrawling is a sort of older means of traversal within D&D. It started way back in the day. It probably was even before D&D. But D&D used to have 2 rules for it. You would use chainmail for your fighting of goblins, and then you would use wilderness exploration for your traveling from the dungeons, or to dungeons. And that was a completely separate book. So you'll travel. Let's say you're right here. You're the party. You have a bunch of surrounding hexes around you. And you say, Dungeon Master, we're traveling to this hex right here. And I go, okay, go ahead and move your token. You move your token over. Now you've moved to another hex. And I say, okay, go ahead and roll on the encounter dice for me. And the encounter dice in this scenario is a D12. You want to get a high number instead of a low number. You roll, you get a 4. I consult the table, and I see what a 4 gets you on the encounter dice. Sometimes it's nothing. It could be as simple as a change in scenery. More likely on like a 1 through 3 is that you run into an encounter, a creature in the wilderness or creatures in the wilderness that are looking for something or are trying to get something, doing something, what have you. It could potentially be combat. It could be an RP encounter. It could be a wilderness encounter, which is you coming across something like a shrine in the woods, a cultist hideout, things like that.
Okay.
What?
How does a hag baby move?
A what?
A hag baby.
What is that?
How does a hag baby move?
It crawls.
It hex crawls.
Okay.
Kill this man.
We did something very similar in my Pathfinder 2e game. Nice. Very fun. I'm always glad to hear that people are sort of bringing back older systems. Thank you for the art. Thank you for the art. I died.
Hard.
Yeah, rat drew me sick.
Oh, nice.
12 isn't bad. 12 would be 24 miles. What's the average walking speed for some normal healthy people? How far can you walk in a day as a normal healthy person?
Me? Half a mile, and then I go to sleep.
Oh. How far can a healthy person walk in one day? 20 to 30 miles. They're walking at a pace of 3.1 miles per hour. A trained walker can walk a 26.2 mile marathon in 8 hours or less, or walk 20 to 30 miles in a day. Are adventurers trained walkers? You guys are a cut above normal people.
My legs superior.
I mean, look at Yuria.
What do you mean by that?
Yuria's walking 40 something fucking miles every day. Literally psychotic.
The power of demons compels me. Imagine becoming a warlock so you can just walk longer than everyone else.
Depends on your game style. You want travel to be a factor? Yeah, I like the passage of time. So when they have to travel someplace and I'm like, all right, it's going to take you 5 days to get there. I like stuff like that. I like the tracking of time because it gives depth to your accomplishment. If I say you guys became adventurers like a month ago and you've already defeated your first boss and you're level 3, that's a lot of accomplishment in just a month, 35 days. Trained walker plus gear. True. Would you say a noble origin adventurer would be able to walk in the wilderness? I mean, if they're a Tarosian adventurer, yeah. If they're a Tarosian noble.
Yep. That's me.
Tarosians are probably used to, like, public transportation.
We're civilized.
I think 24 miles in a day is fair. Obviously, using increments of 10 makes it easier to track, but I think making it's, you know, 12 miles each hex. This is going on the travel pace table from 5e.
Surely Wizards of the Coast has an accurate depiction of how far people travel.
Surely.
While traveling, a group of adventurers can move at a normal rate, fast or slow, as shown on the travel pace table. Forced march. Travel pace assumes that a character travels for 8 hours in the day. Only 8 hours?
Are you surprised?
That are their hexes like incredibly small? Oh.
Yeah, I think Legion has a point. You usually just travel during, daylight hours. You don't travel in the middle of fucking night.
Normal people. They're not normal people.
Well, okay. I mean, assuming, the band that is going out to adventure isn't psychotic, you usually don't travel when you can't see anything.
Unless.
Yeah, unless you're a drow, in which case you're like, oh boy.
A hex a day. That would be pretty insane. How would you feel about a hex a day?
Walking?
Yeah. I was like, you guys are going to Olwen's lair. It's going to take you 5 days, 6 days to get there. Almost a week of walking.
I mean, given how big the Atmore is, that sounds about right. Let me put it to you this way. How long do you think it would take for you to walk to my house?
Me? Me, the Crown DM with my cane?
Yeah. Yeah, let's assume somebody got injured along the way because there was a fight. Omega Law.
I mean, but when have you guys really sort of role-played that aspect of it, though? Like, slowing your travel intentionally because of, like, being hurt?
When we get petrified. But not, like, broken bones and stuff. Because if you start getting to broken bones, I feel like D&D falls apart. And you are immediately... The fantasy doesn't really accommodate for, like, an injury system that in-depth. Because then it's like, okay, well, you have a broken arm. Or worse, you have a broken leg. You can't fight.
What if it was self-imposed? Like, I didn't put it on you. You put it on yourself.
I could see Adam doing that. Because he likes doing that kind of stuff. I could see somebody who's really into, like, playing the injury doing that. For me, I feel like it's... I don't know if I want to make up complications for my own party and drag things out farther because I decided that I wanted a broken bone. I don't know. They probably wouldn't complain that much. I just think if there was precedent in D&D for that kind of injury, then I'd go with it. But as you said, we're not normal people. I mean, okay, if we really wanted to be, if we're getting that in depth, the first time the fucking like we go to the facility and the thing slashes Yuria in the back, she's down. She's gone. She's not fighting anymore for the rest of the game. Consider the completely unsustainable injuries the average adventurer suffers because of the HP system.
As a quick aside, I just counted from Elion's tier to Rosewood. It'll take you a month of traveling along the road if it's a hex a day. It'd take you 35 days of following the road from Rosewood to Elion's tier.
Also, if I was to sustain like a broken bone, and assuming we're not like magicking it, I mean that's like a month that you're not adventuring. I don't know if there's. I mean, some TTRPGs do have that kind of injury system where you can take damage to certain body parts. I remember Warhammer TTRPGs have that, and if you suffer enough damage in a particular zone, you can have like a broken bone. That arm can be useless. That arm could come off, or leg or head. There is a decapitation if you're very unlucky. So I feel if D&D decided, hey, we're gonna have limb damage a thing like Fallout, then I would totally be down to RP having a broken leg.
We'll refrain from now.
What
about the cart? I think the cart would just double their movement, so they would get 2 hexes a day. Make it like an actual improvement to their stuff. I won't give anybody the ability like I gave Kellen, where Kellen and gives them another hex of travel, because then nobody else gets to use their abilities. And just becomes, all right, we'll just pick Kellen, and Kellen's gonna lead us from everywhere to everywhere, and nobody else gets to use their Hexcrawl ability ever. And if somebody suggests it, the whole party revolts. So I will not be handing out abilities like that again. Instead, it will be real, like, superficial shit.
I like my hex ability. Dang it. No one else did, but
Maybe it should be measured more by time. If each hex is, say, 8 hours, you could travel 8 hours a day. And if players want to push forward, they can move more hexes at a cost of exhaustion.
With certain hexes that take more time, like mountains.
HP was never really supposed to be an accurate rating of actual injuries. I didn't really think it was. I mean, everyone plays it off as you get hit by the arrow. But I mean, if you, a mortal humanoid being, got hit like in the gut with an arrow, and it actually drew blood to the point where it did like 20 damage to your level 5 ass. You're bleeding to death. I think Brett did a pretty decent injury system with the hardcore game, where if you went down, you rolled an injury.
I agree. there does eventually become a point where that sort of fell off, and we more so saw it on the monsters than ourselves. That's also sort of the adventuring thing too, where eventually you just become so powerful that a lot of the things that threatened you early on don't threaten you anymore. I feel like only doing 8 hours of travel per day makes the characters waste a lot of time essentially doing nothing. That's why I was focusing more on the hexes instead of the time aspect. I know my players originally, at least some of them, weren't big fans of hex crawling. I'm still a fan, so it's going to continue being a thing. But I want to make it at least a little bit more enjoyable for them. They didn't like the idea of, like, if they're traveling from here to the spires, for example, they didn't enjoy the idea that every hex had the potential to waylay them. They'd rather it go down, like, be like, all right, how long is this going to take us to get there? And then depending on the amount of time it would take would depend on how many potential encounters you could. Legion, that would make that game 9 players. If you want to run for 9 players,
send in
please
the next wave of adventures.
be my guest. I'm already going to struggle with 7.
Fucking at that point, it's just like you got Team A and Team B. The monsters are like, why are there so many of them? As a bunch of doofuses constantly slap them with single action attacks and magic missile, going at them at their knees like rats. The monster has multi-attack like 5 to compensate for 9 people on the field.
Jesus. Having a cooldown period for encounters. Well, that was the initial idea that I had, was that, let's say they do come across an encounter. Let's say that they travel to the spires, and because they travel to the spires, they came across 1 combat encounter. I go, okay, well, because you've done 1 combat encounter along your entire trek, you make it the rest of the way no issues. Like, you basically roll until you get a combat encounter. And once you get it, I go, okay, let's see what happens. Combat encounter happens. I go, boom. That encounter finishes, and I say, okay, the remaining travel to your location is safe. You don't have to worry about anything else. The remaining 8, 9, 10, however many hexes you have left, you're fine. You travel to that place.
I mean, half the fun of a sandbox RPG is getting waylaid by random shit and being distracted.
I fully agree.
That's like the whole point of like Skyrim's whole game mechanic is we came up with an excuse for you to go out there and then get distracted by 50 things along the way.
I agree. There were players that did not enjoy that aspect of hex crawling, though.
I think it only got in the way because we spent so much time hex crawling the same hexes. We spent a lot of time going back and forth. If we had explored new locations, I don't think it would have been as much of an issue. But because we had because we were psychotic and we basically went to the same areas over and over again, I think at a certain point when you've gone to the spire 3 times, you just want to get to the spire. It's the same, again, like Skyrim. If you've been to Riften 4 times and you've walked there every single time, at some point, you just want to fast travel there because you've been through every route.
Take care, Hoxie.
I definitely think there is like at a certain point you've discovered, if you go back and forth enough, you discover the pathway that makes sense to that location. Not to say random encounters don't ever happen. I don't know. It's Hmm. Also, some of our party members just don't like when things, go poorly. Period.
Maybe traveled hexes get a road well traveled trait, which allows parties who traversed it already to go through it at a quicker with less hazardous encounters. Well, the issue is that in this version of Tyros, that isn't really a thing. Roads well traveled would be the actual legitimate roads that connect places. Those are the places that you can travel. Those hexes where you're not going to encounter many things. Those roads are going to be legitimately safe because you are traveling them while road wardens are present, while traveling knights are present, while merchant caravans are passing through who have entourages with them, while the fucking High Lord is passing through. It's when you go into the wilderness that doesn't have roads, which is where you run into all of the chaos, all of the Vigar. You run into goblins, cannibalistic
Yvonne, I don't think that's a bad idea, but I think the DM is somewhat resistant to be adding like uh like path found roads in the wilds. I think listening to him talk about Tyros, it sounds like the main thing Tyros is known for, or is going to be emphasized in Tyros, is the wilds, the unknowns. So I don't think he wants the party to necessarily. He wants that sort of risk of being out there and braving the frontiers to sort of always be present.
Back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
A thought I had is there's another situation that comes about with hexcrawling, which I'm still not certain how to facilitate properly. Which is that every time you guys hex traveled, you also wanted to camp RP, which would take up the entire session. Which is often fine, because that means that the prep that I did will last another week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, however long. The issue comes about when it's every camp RP, though. Every 2 hexes resulted in, I want to do watch with the person that I want to roleplay with, and I want that to be an hour of roleplay, if not more.
Yeah.
Which is also what I feel like people sort of attribute to hexcrawling, why it felt like it took forever. Actual travel was pick a hex, D12, All right, was there anything on there? D100. Okay, potentially encounter. All right, pick your next hex. So how do we... I want to facilitate roleplay, but I don't want it to take all day. How do we fix that?
You get players that don't want to RP that much. I don't know what to tell you. Half your players are role players who do that by default, where they portray every action, and their roleplay is usually real time. And they want, I mean, part of it's they want that interpersonal relationship, you know. And they want this, you know, they want the spotlight. They want to highlight their character's flaws and strengths. I'm no exception. So ask Brett Shrug how he deals with people who want to roleplay for 7 hours a day. Because that's really because it's not just Hexcrawling that does that. I mean, we take 7 hours to roleplay shopping. It's just we like roleplaying is the thing. I think.
Maybe it's me then. I feel if that is the case, then I should facilitate roleplay more and put less emphasis on story. Because when I do things like, hey, you have to get here within a certain amount of time, that doesn't land because the party still roleplays. I feel like if I take that away, if I go, hey, there is no time crunch, do not worry about needing to reach this location. The ritual will basically be on standby until you show up. I feel like that might be more agreeable to the players.
Maybe. I think it'll certainly. I think having a less harsh of a time or having no time will contribute more towards at least a desire for if you want your campaign to be more about exploration and discovery. Then I think it's wise to not necessarily have the timer, but to more tempt them with, the carrot of this person's here, or your personal story will continue when you reach this location. Smile. When Yuria reaches Moonborn, or whatever the fuck his name was, then her side plot will continue. You'll hit Act 2 of Alion's Gate, and your personal story will continue. Or you'll find an item that will make you OP or some shit. Rather than like, hey, if you don't reach this spot in 5 days, the village gonna get a cool item, and they're gonna beat your ass with it. Or the town you like is gonna maybe not fall apart, but bad things will happen. Wing. I don't know. I mean, not to say that having that time limit is a bad. Like, there's a time and a place for it. I think it just depends on what you want your campaign. Do you want your campaign to be focused on fighting a villain, or do you want it focused more on side quests and sandboxy stuff?
I think CTF proved that you can have both. Having one will always take away from the. If there's a villain, it means there's no exploration. Because exploration is treated as frivolous. It doesn't have a value when you're chasing the bad guy.
I think you could have both. It's just more difficult. I could see a scenario where, like, okay, guys, you have 3 months to prepare. The reckoning is coming for this town. You have 3 months to prepare. The Duskbread has several locations you guys can go explore to find certain items that will shore up the town, or you could go to Aram's Ferry and ask for aid from like the militia, or seek allies with the Night Maidens. I think that is an example where the exploration and side quests are contribute to dealing with the main villain rather than distracting you from fighting the villain. Like, I mean, a lot of games have this, make this sin, especially open world RPGs. Bethesda's no exception. Cyberpunk does it. Fucking Fallout does it. Skyrim does it. Fucking even Oblivion does it. The only reason that it isn't as an effect is because I don't think anyone really gives a shit about the main story in those games. Like, why is a guy who just lost his fucking kid joining the Brotherhood of Steel? Why is a guy who is prophesized to be the stopper of Alduin and the Apocalypse joining the Thieves Guild and robbing people? Why is in Oblivion it's almost forgiven because you're just an asshole starting out who escaped prison. So it's completely up to you whether or not your character gives a rat's tit about the Oblivion crisis or not. They killed Patrick Stewart. True. What the fuck? See, you know, everyone should have known Bethesda was going to fall the moment they killed Patrick Stewart. Yeah, and in those games, or Cyberpunk, you know, hey, you got 2 weeks before death, but could you go help this guy who got like an implant for his dick and it's on fire and he needs your help escorting him to the Ripper dock? That's not like, it's not a problem, right? Yeah, I got time. I think it's not as obvious in a video game because it's a video game, and you have the gamer mentality where you kind of know those like time restrictions they put on you aren't real. But in D&D, where the narrative is the game, where you're not supposed to necessarily have gamer brain, I think it makes it's much more polarizing.
A big thing that I want for the new game is, let's say this is the map.
Yeah.
It doesn't have many markers on it, right? It has your towns, roads.
Mhm.
But then there are like weird little markers on the map as a whole. Like, let's say there's something over here. And it's marked on the map with like a weird symbol. The cartographer is like, yeah, we've heard reports from sailors that there's like a weird, like half sunken temple on the shores there. And most people sort of avoid it because it gives off a weird aura and all that shit. But it's there, it's on the map, so you can go explore it if you want. But we don't know anything about it, so you'd be traveling there and sort of discovering it for yourself. Also, there's another place, not too far from Elion. It's up in the mountains. It's another, like, it looks to be like an old abbey of sorts up in the mountains. Some of our people can see it when the clouds are clear. You can sort of see up there on the mountains. But more of like, there are POIs for the party to go explore. But it's more so chosen by the party to go explore them instead of me being like, hey, go explore that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the party looks at the map and goes, what the fuck is that? And I go, I don't know. Go find out. The party beelines it over and they find it's an entrance to the Underdark. And there's some Medusa who's guarding it. Or they go, you know, let's go explore that temple that's down there in the south. Find out it's the Temple of Elemental Chaos. And now you're fighting Explicitica Defilis.
Oh my god. I leave that place.
Or you go to the boathouse, or the moat house. Now you're fighting Lareth the Beautiful.
Okay, but like how beautiful?
Enough that they're chosen by Arne.
Do we have to fight them?
Who knows? In the
Can
original
we
book, you had
seduce
to because they didn't
What
really
the
give you a
fuck?
choice. But
What the fuck?
I'm sure adventurers of today could probably talk down Lareth the Beautiful.
Today's adventures. Much more open-minded adventures and open-pantsed.
Much more willing to negotiate with evil.
Yeah, nut-gotiate more like. I mean, yeah, that sounds like a really good standard quote unquote. It sounds like a classic D&D experience. There are dungeons and there are dragons, and you are an adventurer. Fucking get to it, asshole.
Yeah, I want it to be like Hexcrawling is like there are gonna be things on the map already. They don't have names.
Yep.
And they're meant to be POIs to attract your attention. Like right here. Like this thing. I want that to be a marker on the map for the party to be like, what the fuck is that? And then they go to it. You find out, oh, it's Alwyn. It's a unicorn. It's a unicorn in his sanctuary, and he protects this south of the deep woods. What the fuck is this place? Go over there. Oh, it's the Emperor Basilisk lair.
Fuck.
But more so you guys being interested in the map and wanting to go places versus me being like, yeah, go fucking do that thing.
Absolutely. I think if we rolled up to Elion, like the main quest would be Reynolds saying, I have these contracts. I need you to hunt these beasts.
So I had
Go
an idea
find them.
about that as well. The idea being it's you find like hints of the monster and then bring it back to Reynold. So like you find a petrified creature and come back and you know Reynold in town is a slayer. He should be somebody who would know. Talk to Reynold and Reynold's like, well, it could be a basilisk, it could be a Medusa, it could be this. Bring me back, like, if you find another thing of it, bring me back a sample of that thing. So now the party can go explore around the area that they found. And they find, oh shit, there's a basilisk nearby. And they kill the basilisk and they bring it back and he goes, okay. All right, so this is what you're dealing with. That's a basilisk. Here, give me a couple days. I'm gonna make us some serums, and we're gonna go hunt the basilisk together. Oh, you found a destroyed caravan along the road. Oh, and you found these weird quills in the cart. oh, these quills belong to a manticore. Manticores are pack creatures, so they have a mate and probably a den nearby. Let me make us some gear so we can go hunt this thing. And let's go hunt the manticore together.
Yeah. I mean, Baldur's Gate does that to a little bit. It's not a hexploration by any means. But there are quests where you'll just pick up a random fucking item or journal entry and you'll start a quest because it was there. Like making the sussy weapon.
Yep.
Literally not one single NPC in that entire quest.
That's what I wanted with the urn. The urn you guys found in the Bastos lair. It was meant to go to Mr. Pearson in the Arabs Ferry, and he would give you a reward for it.
Yeah.
And to be like self-motivated shit, like, oh yeah, we found this weird key item that the DM put in my fucking inventory. And it's weird as shit. It's an urn that has a name, like initials written on it. HP. Who the fuck is HP? Let's go ask some NPCs in Elion. Ask around. One person goes, oh, that sounds like Henrietta. But she's still over there at the ferry. You find out, you go to the ferry, you find out that's Mr. Pearson's wife. She died last year. He thanks you for the urn and gives you a instant campsite. It's a magic item. So what if each POI has something that pushes back the frighteningly close catastrophe slightly? Then as long as the party keeps moving, the timer is constantly refreshed. I mean, sure. That's the idea that I had initially was like the party goes out, they hex crawl, and they find some goblins. Some goblins are throwing hands with an owl bear. They kill the goblins, the owl bear leaves. And they find a note on the goblins. It has a big red handprint on it and some words written in Goblin that they can't understand. They go back to town. They get it translated by the wizard. And the wizard goes, oh, these are orders from somebody called the Red Hand. And it's telling them to gather monster parts for something. These goblins are tasked with killing monsters in the wilderness and taking their parts back. This guy called Red Hand. That's weird as fuck. I don't know anything about it. I guess just keep doing what you're doing. I'll try and do some research on whoever the fuck Red Hand is. Party goes out. This time they get jumped. They get jumped on the road by a bunch of Rendavi. And the Rendavi attack them. And the Rendavi also have a note on them from the same Red Hand guy. Except this time he wants them to capture people on the road and bring them to this old temple. Well, now the party has a point of interest to go to. Temple up in the mountains. I'm not sure how that's different from what you already have. I think it's very different. My old style of running was telling the party what to do. I want the party to pick their own story. The old way of running was me going, hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. Hey, now that you've done that, do this. I want them to choose their story.
Oh, God.
If the party wants to sit in town for 8 months, sure. If the party wants to go to the seat of the barony, cool. Maybe they want to go to Arms Ferry. Maybe they want to go to the fishing hamlet south. Maybe they want to go hang out in the spires. They want to go meet Olwen. They want to go to the Underdark. Maybe there's something cool in the Underdark they want to go do. Fuck the surface and whatever the fuck is up there. Let's go down there.
No, too easy.
There hasn't been anything definitive yet, Frosty. I still need to talk to the players. I think for now we're gonna make it 1 hex a day. If your players spread, wouldn't it be easier to find a way to connect it to your story than making up a new one? What do you mean, Ivan? The players spread. Ooh, you know what if we make it when you travel main roads, you can travel 2 hexes a day. But if you travel off-road, you only get 1 hex.
That sounds fair.
I think saying that the villain is always at one of the party's destinations rather than static. I feel like that might get too like thrived if like everywhere that the party goes, the villain is like somehow there. It makes sense if it's like the mouth, right? The mouth has the ability to like teleport, sure. But if it's like a slaughter lord, how is he there every time? I'd rather it be the party sort of stumbles across the main threat themselves. Are there any other benefits when traveling a road hex? Yeah, very little encounter opportunity. At least combat encounters. You're much more likely to come across merchants who are willing to trade with you while on the road, coming across knights and road wardens, even the entourage of like the High Lord and shit like that. So less combat opportunities and more RP opportunities when traveling in the wilderness. The danger of Tyros, that is where you run into way more conflict. The owlbear and their hungry cubs, the manticore searching for prey, the 19 dire wolves. So if the party wants to travel to Aram's Ferry, they can travel 2 hexes a day. They're traveling along the main road, so they're Gucci. The party wants to go to the weird marker on the map south. The moment they get off the road, it's a hex a day. Rest. Okay. While traveling outside of major cities, towns, and safeguarded areas, your rest is restricted to short rests. If you want a long rest while out in the wilderness, you'll need adequate camp supplies equal to that of your party. Otherwise, your 8 hours of rest will only grant you the benefit of a short rest. Yes, technically, Kistoffer, you can. And I've done it before. I did it with like Olwyn, for example. I can put a marker on the map and then hide it from the players. So let's say the players want to go here. And I have the terror marker on it. This one right here. I can hide the terror marker, make it invisible so only I see it and the players don't. So the players are like, we're traveling. Oh, we landed on this hex DM. And I go, okay. So you land on the terror marker. And they go, what? I go, all right, it's time to roll initiative.
Epic.
So there could be things like the players don't see it, but I have a dungeon marker here. I know that there's a dungeon on this hex in particular. So that's all very doable. But I also want there to be POIs that the players can see. So that I go, yeah, here's the map. And also there's this place down here. Nobody knows what it is. But there's obviously something to the south that is interesting to the people to the north. So much so that they're willing to mark it on a map. And what they don't know is that there are two other like dungeon icons along the way that they could come across. So they may be traveling south, but then through their exploration, they find another dungeon. What would you say if your players wanted to make a road to the spires? Yeah, that's a big thing for this new Tyros. So they would need to get in contact with the Masons Guild, and then they could work with the Masons Guild to get a road paved to the spires. You'd have to get like the Foragers Guild to come out and like start cutting down trees and sort of plotting roads and shit like that. But it's very doable. And if the party wants to make that their job, their want, then yeah, absolutely. Because there's still plenty of things that could come about from that. You're cutting through, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 days worth of road, or 9 days worth of like forest and like grasslands and shit like that. There are so many things that could come about just from the party wanting to do that, and it's going to take months. I have the latter. I do not have the former because I haven't had a player want to fill out the map, but I have had NPCs give information and then add it to their map that previously wasn't there before. So if the players were like, "Hey, do you know anything of the local area?" and they go, "Yeah, there's some danger down there about 4 days south from here." Party goes, "What? What do you mean?" And then I add it to their map. Boom, roving marker. Something that previously may have been hidden or was never there, but now I've added it because it adds drama. How is communication handled in this setting? A number of ways. There is a courier's guild that also runs things back and forth. Bards are usually the main proponent for communication. They have means to communicate across large distances and spread information and news. That's why bards are so important in my setting. Same with clerics. If a bard is present for a thing that has happened, they legitimize it and make it law. So if you get knighted and a bard is present, every bard is going to eventually know and spread that information through the rest of the land. You may travel to the next county over having never been there before in your life, but there are people who are going to know that you just got knighted by the Dracus of Rosewood, and you are one of his knights. Hey, to cover hexes as part of the Cartographers Guild is something I can see work. Absolutely. I could definitely see the Cartographers Guild paying wayfarers to go out and like plot out what's actually in a hex. Maybe a few tiles that move around like a roaming dragon?
Yes.
That's what roving markers are, Ivan. So these are roving markers. They usually appear when players get close to them, and they wander. They move about. So when the players move, it moves. So let's say they move a hex, it'll move a hex. They move a hex, it'll move a hex. And it sort of wanders a general area, sort of doing whatever the fuck it's going to do. And it's usually a pretty powerful monster. Let's say the players kill that monster. They go in, they battle the roving marker, and I go, okay, you killed the scythe tree that was roaming around, just attacking anything it could get its claws on. Because you killed the scythe tree had the sentinel feat. Now that you've killed it, you can pick one person in your party to receive the sentinel feat.
Go.
I vote for the guy with pole on mastery.
Die.
Wait. Hey, Nick. It's going well, brother. I don't know if it's feasible, but can you have completely blacked out section hexes that appear once they've explored it? I've tried. I'm sure if I was more creative, I could actually like paint each hex individually and make it like a big old thing and be like, oh, this area, yeah, this area's, you have to explore it one by one. The real way to do it would be putting Fog of War on the entire map. And as they travel, they clear out the hex behind them. Oh, let me see if I can show you an example. Lighting. Let's get rid of global illumination. Let's do fog exploration. Okay. So they can see immediately on top of them. When they move, this hex remains uncovered for them. They move again, they travel again. So these 3 hexes now will be made visible. Is each hex 8 miles? I think we settled on 12 miles. That way it's 24 when you're traveling along the road, but only 12 when you're traveling through the wilderness, because the wilderness is much more dangerous. So when you're traveling on the road, you get 2 hexes. When you're traveling in the wilderness, you only get 12 or 1 hex. So are some cities more than 1 hex in size? Yes. Welcome to the city of Rosewood, the seat of the county. As you can see, it is 4 hexes. That's not its actual size, obviously. It is much bigger, but to sort of show its importance, you can see it here on the map, much bigger. Welcome to the seat of the county, Rosewood. It's pretty big. It's not nearly as big as Sunfall. Sunfall is massive. Yeah, we'll keep that in one as well. Location name. Markers will remain nameless until given one by the party or discovered by exploration via NPCs or through lore found in the local area. I think that one's still very fitting, especially if we're going to have POIs there for the party to explore. We're going to keep roving markers as well, because I think roving markers are pretty neat. Destination marker, also very good. I wasn't ready for a player to pull Keen Mine out on me earlier in the week and had an entire maze of doors and tunnels leading to the dead end, and was going to reset their fog of war and keep all the doors that they had opened. Then he was like, I have Keen Mind.
Love Keen Mind. Smile.
Ooh, Keen Mind.
Yeah.
That's a nice argument.
GM,
Keen Mind.
I took this feat where you will write my notes for me. Smile. Classic.
I wonder if we should keep this. I forgot I changed this a bit ago. I think I changed this for TOS. 1 encounter per path. You will roll upon the encounter table when you enter a new
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Wow, what an entrance.
Yeah, no kidding. My apologies.
Okay, right as a Rohan moment. What the fuck?
I thought I had opened something in my fucking foundry, and I was like, what?
Motherfucking came in like Gandalf, the white.
You will roll upon the encounter table when you enter a new hex. If you happen upon a combat scenario and succeed, then you clear the path going forward and will ignore any rolls that would have normally incurred combat. Should you retreat or fail, however, you will continue to roll upon the table normally. If you roll into a hex and you get combat and you beat it, your remaining travel will be eventful, meaning you'll only come across like wilderness shrines and other weird little happenings. And if you fail, meaning the monster wins its combat encounter or whatever, or you retreat, your likelihood for combat is still very present. How do we feel about that?
It definitely allows for the more lengthy bits of travel to not just become an eventless slog, I guess, is how I want to word that.
Endless. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, usually if you don't have some sort of scaling option, I think I'm understanding this, I hope. At like that's where the travel fatigue starts coming in, where, you know, people are just going, nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens. Makes it a little more spicy.
The initial problem, at least from what I've understood of my players, is that too much was happening. Is that
Oh.
every hex was combat, or it would be like they would get combat and it would slow them down because they just got done with combat 3 hexes ago.
Right, okay.
So this would be like, oh, you guys fought the Eder caps along the way, and now your remaining 5 hexes of travel are normal. You don't need to roll on the combat encounter anymore. Instead, you're rolling like the wilderness encounters, like coming across like Fey-infused lakes and shit like that.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. I think I understood it backwards, and then my brain filtered out a couple of things.
I don't think that's necessarily the issue. I don't think the issue is that events happened and we don't like that smudge. The only reason you don't like when things happen in between when you're traveling is because you're in a rush. And from at least in my perspective, we were in a rush because it felt like we were in a war of attrition. Because the mouth could teleport around. She didn't play by our rules, so we were ping-ponging between the same 5 different places. And even though we succeeded most of the time, it took time. And that time was used to make the other places essentially fall apart. It felt like fighting sort of the inevitable, which, I mean, in a way, I guess it kind of was. She is a high-ranking demon with an army of Morlings. But it didn't feel like we were... It felt like the expectation was us to be like heroes or like protags or the hero's journey. But I don't know. I think the main issue is that you don't like events if you're in a rush. And it didn't feel like we were winning battles, but not the war necessarily. So I don't know if that's really a knock against Hexploration, but just Hexploration for that kind of story.
Okay.
Raven Guard, I feel like if you were an adventurers group and we're doing a contract, unless the contract states you need to get this within 4 days or whatever. Unless there's a time limit, things distracting you from the main goal, I don't think that would necessarily be a problem. In fact, that's the whole point of a side quest. I mean, if we didn't get distracted, quote unquote, we would never have found Nerea and the fucking blood maidens, Ebonwings. That was a complete side quest that we didn't have to do. That eventually got turned into one that sort of was pushed into the main issue, right? Like we sort of discovered that this place was also being affected by Ciliana, right? It was having its own issues. So by getting distracted and doing that little side trek, we helped our main goal, which was defeating Ciliana. I think when people say when our party talks about things happening and us getting delayed, or they're talking about the encounters. They're talking about getting unlucky, like when Kellen got petrified. They're talking about when or tornado comes along and for no discernible reason that we can detect and chases us. Although it was kind of funny, to be fair. Maybe that's a bad example because that didn't really delay us necessarily.
The issue now is that I feel like new Tyros is even more dangerous than before. The likelihood of you running into shit, wilderness, very high.
I don't think that's a problem. If that's the focus of Tyros, if that's the main conflict of Tyros, if you're switching the conflict of Tyros from being this sort of apocalyptic, demon-infested world where an ancient evil is arising and humanity is falling apart to humanity is trying to forge their livelihoods from essentially this frontier sort of early colonial and American type, then if that's the point, then I don't think that's a problem. It's more dangerous.
Maybe then we'll get rid of one encounter.
If somebody says, hey, there's a lot of Morlings around here, we need you to clear out Morlings, and we fight a lot of Morlings along the way, how are you going to complain about that? You signed up for this.
Grrr.
Oh my god, you find a band of Morlings on the way to kill the Morling warlord.
No.
Brain explodes. Diab, how could this
Damn.
happen? How could I have known that I'd be ambushed by Morlings on the way to the Morling camp? I demand a redo.
Could add a -1 to the roll after each encounter. -1 would make it much more likely to get an encounter. We could inverse it, where 11 and 12 are the combat numbers, and 1 and 2 are the safe pass-through. Well, it could be. I wouldn't be against adding a modifier that you add after each successful combat. What resets it, though? Is it reaching the destination that resets it?
How hard are we keeping track of time?
I mean, I have a fucking clock in the game. It tracks the movement of the sun, so...
I'd say resets after a week. So if you're bebopping between towns, back and forth, then you're gonna hack your way to make that area pretty clear. But wildlife will return after about a week, like when you stop. It makes sense to me.
I can see it. I can also see there's an interesting part, because if it is a week, 7 days, you travel 7 days into the wilderness, 7 hexes.
Yep.
And then while you're in the middle of the wilderness, your path back has become fraught with peril. New monsters have moved in.
Whoops, a Cobra Earth Elemental has blocked your path.
Would it reset the whole set of hexes, or would it just reset, like, would it be per hex? So 7 days after you visit that hex, it resets. And then basically you're leaving a trail. So if you go far enough out, you can backtrack to a certain extent. But then if you're backtracking a week, eventually it's not like you're gonna fight the wildlife again.
I almost want to make it long rest, because long resting, you're mostly going to do it in towns. You can long rest out in the wilderness, but you need camp supplies.
You know what that sounds like?
Why?
Sounds like Elden Ring.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. Like,
You sit by a bonfire and the world resets.
yeah, I mean, it fits, because the likelihood that you're going to long rest, you're not going to long rest every night. Unless you have just a fuck ton of supplies. What's probably going to happen is you're going to probably travel about a week, get to the dungeon, long rest outside of the dungeon, then go in and start exploring. And because while you're in there, the world around you is reshaping and moving around, and because it's teeming with such wildlife and such chaos, there is no real guarantee that the path you traveled is even going to be the same. Because not only is there the wilderness to account for, there's also Tyros to account for, because the terraformer could change the landscape entirely. You could have traveled through a forest on your way there, and then when you leave the dungeon, it's all swamp now.
Interesting. Why would people hire adventurers if that was the case? If things were in such a chaotic disarray?
They don't hire adventurers.
Oh.
Adventurers go out and do it themselves.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Or
You
plunder.
can hire adventurers. Like, contracts and handlers are still a thing. But
Oh my god, what was going on over there?
she's dying in Tarkov right now.
Oh my god.
But there is also the understanding that you're hiring somebody who has the chance to just get murdered.
It's like being a self-employed entrepreneur, but a lot of
Correct. So usually in Tyros, there is a known risk, and a lot of people take it. They're fine with taking that risk. Very rarely will you ever get your full payment up front. Oh, Jesus. Spadercrest, thank you very much for a brand new sub. Incredibly kind of you. Welcome to the community.
That means more than likely people are going to hire you to get an item or to that's pretty much it. To find a thing. They're not gonna hire you to like figure out more. Like, there isn't gonna be a giant rat quest when the forest is all giant rats. Oops, all rats. And
Well-
when you clear out one giant rat's nest, the terraform comes and shifts everything along so that now there's 3 rat's nests today.
Well, it's less like the monsters come back and more like new things move in. So
okay.
you cleared out the moorlings, which is great. Now the Foresters Guild can go in and start hacking down the trees. You come back a month later and they're like, hey, a bunch of dryads moved in and they're really pissed that we're cutting down trees.
Deserved. That sounds deserved. I don't know what to tell you. Find different trees, my man.
But that's what it would be. It would be like, hey, we can't cut trees in this place anymore. We need your help to find us another place that we can go cut down trees. You roll up to the next area, and now it's giant rats in this other area. Clear out the giant rats, come back. Hey, there's a place for you to cut down trees. They're like, sick. Here's your money. You cut down trees, and they're like, nice. Because we cut down these trees, now we can start paving a road through this place.
Wait, you said there were dryads where we came from? Interlace his fingers.
Interesting.
Curious. No, I won't be able to do that quest. I'll be busy. I'm traveling.
Dabs fingers, rubs them over eyebrows. Time to brush up on my Sylvan. How long would it take for a hex to be clear and safe? I don't know. I think that would depend on the person and what length they're willing to go to. I think it would need to be them telling me, I'm going to do this, 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 and this to make this hex safe. And I go, shit, okay.
There's gonna be like a an outpost. Smile.
I mean, you could also do outposts. There are outposts everywhere along the main roads. Like Wayfarer stations and shit, like places for you to rest, like at taverns and inns and everything. There are gonna be a lot of those along the road.
Ooh, I think the main role of adventurers is to make way for new roads to be built.
Yes. Wayfarers, the Wayfarers are meant to, like, that's why they're so important, is because they are the ones who go to places, clear out the monsters, and then other people come in behind them and go, oh shit, this is a great place to live. And then they start building roads. Like, let's say you clear out the Temple of Elemental Chaos. You kill Lareth the Beautiful. A bunch of people come in and they go, this place has amazing land. It's fertile. We could live here. And they start building around the ruins of that temple. All because a bunch of Wayfarers went in of their own volition, defeated the monster, and then came back and got their reward.
Ooh, do you get like prospectors' rights to the land if you're the one who've like cleared it out or found it?
It depends on the county, but yes.
Do you like go to the local lord and you're like, hey, I got this plot of land. It's really cool. I'll sell it to you.
Depending on the county, yes. If you were to find a very like luxurious spot, a Dracus may appoint one of your group as a Yalderman, and you become part of the dragon-marked nobility in Tyros. You are now the mayor of the town that's being built there.
Okay, interesting. Say I am not interested in being a Yalderman, or I realize, despite the wisdom of the Lord, that I perhaps dumped my charisma and therefore would make a terrible Yalderman. Could I
pick
sell?
Your next adventurer over of your group?
Could that party sell their title as Yalderman to someone else and have that person take over?
If you wanted to sell your title, if you wanted to give up your responsibility and your privilege that's being given to you by the local nobility, because you don't want to be in charge of it and you would rather somebody else do it, yes, You could even bring in an NPC that you like who could potentially become the Alderman in your stead.
Yeah, because like, if I become a Yalderman, that stands to reason I'm no longer an adventurer.
Correct, which is probably a good thing.
See, I'm a psycho.
Adventurers tend to die. Usually, you want to know what usually happens to Tarosi adventurers? They get one adventure in them, and then they retire.
I see.
They defeat Explicitica Defilis. They defeat the snake god, and they go, "I'm done."
I mean,
I saved
adventuring.
the town of Orlane. I'm a hero. They're going to remember me for the entire time I'm alive, and then I'm going to die.
I mean, even in basic D&D, like being an adventurer to me has always felt like you're basically gambling. You're basically like, okay, I'm gonna go all in and hope that I get rich quick. It is the get rich quick scheme. It is the guy who went out to the west to California to dig for gold.
That's right, baby.
And so one group of adventurers comes back with 1,000 gold in their pocket, and they're flinging gold at peasants and destroying the economy of some random town because they're the 1 in 100 that went out and actually found something and didn't explode.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's basically it. They you go out, you do some crazy quests. Let's say that the party went out and they helped Nerea. They met the Night Maiden. They defeated Loch Lyra and stopped the hurricane from destroying the Southlands. You would be well within your right to retire.
Nice.
Or
You risk it all. Double down. Hit me.
or you're at 20.
Hit me.
No. You're 21. All right, hit me.
Sir.
I'm getting a sudden urge to hit him.
You basically make the captain from Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, I'll do one more run.
What's the worst that could happen? What the fuck is that? That's not even on our map. Ravengard Town in the cards? Yeah. So let's say that there's also not only, you don't have to be a Yalderman, for example. Let's say that the party defeats a bunch of monsters. Let's say they kill the Red Hand. They come back to the Drakus, and the Drakus is like, holy shit, well done. You defeated the Randavi slavers that were coming in and capturing a bunch of my people. I do not have land to give you, but I have a castle that I can give you. You will become a castellan in my service, and you will now have a keep in your own name. I will make you a lord, part of the Dragonmark nobility, and you will have a castle that you will rule over.
Oh my god.
One problem, you have to get the castle back. It's been taken over by monsters.
Here's
Oh,
deed.
it's the boar goblins again.
Here's the
Wow.
deed. Here's the location on your map. You just need to go there and clear out all the monsters. And it's yours.
I don't know about this one.
But think about it. It's a keep. Your own castle.
My own castle?
Mm-hmm. It's also full of goblins. All right, get him out.
All right.
Yeah, if you don't want to be a Yalderman, your next best reward is becoming a castellan. Getting a castle and ruling over a keep or a fortress or what have you, and ruling over that instead.
I see.
Do you get to keep the loot inside? Yes, it's yours.
Oh my god, it's mine?
Do they have to pay taxes after? Yes, everybody in Tyros pays taxes.
All right, but you know there's that one asshole nobleman who's like, all right, go clear out the keep. And then you actually do. And then his men arrive and he comes in. He's like, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there is a very high likelihood
Thank
that
you.
could happen too.
Thank you for this service. You can leave now.
Yeah, some Lord Saxton type who's like, my family ruled this place 40 years ago and was forced out. Now that you've cleared it, it belongs to me again. Man sees them. However, in most instances, that's usually resolved between those two parties. A Dracus will usually be like, hey, Lord Saxton started it and the adventurers kicked his fucking teeth in and ended it, and they did all the work. They're in the right. Guys, I don't think you guys understand. Taxes in Tyros actually go to things that help the people. Your taxes are being used for infrastructure. Roads are being repaired. Guilds are being paid.
What?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Taxation is theft.
Everybody
My
pays their
taxes?
due. You don't get
Yeah.
fucked like the sheriff of Nottingham coming in and taking your last gold coin.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Reasonable taxes? Yes. It is fake. It is all fantasy land. But people in Tyros pay their taxes willingly because they know where it's going and what it's being used for.
You're blowing my mind right now. It's going to the
already
defense
It's
budget.
just too unrealistic for me.
It's just not possible. Why not, you stupid bastard?
Can I sell the castle? Yeah, you could probably find a merchant who would be willing to buy that castle from you. I mean, it's not uncommon for local lords to sell nobility. The same thing that happened back in the day. If a county or a fanghold needs an influx of cash, they'll go so far as to sell nobility to like wealthy merchants and wayfarers and shit like that. You want to be part of the Dragonmark nobility? Pay me 300 gold, 300 horns.
Okay, I put down 300 dragon horns.
That's way more than what you were being asked to pay, but thank you very much.
The angry mob of metallic dragons burst through the door.
All hornless.
I leave. I take exit right.
I roll stealth.
Because the deal I made with the copper dragon.
So there's a big thing in Tyros about respect and honor. If you don't pay your taxes, you basically become a social pariah. If you're like, no, I want to hoard my money, what's going to happen is that people in town start calling you Dark Friend. They think you're working with the Vigar. They think you're evil.
Ugh. He's a communist.
It's literally like, hey boy, you wearing all that red for some reason? It's a lot of awful Carissian I'm hearing from over there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, if
He
you
ain't
start
paying
like,
his taxes because he's sending his money to the emperor.
if you start rubbing your hands together and being like, I'm gonna live in the woods. I'm gonna live in the woods. I'm going to avoid the tax man and never pay another fang in my life. The town's gonna be like, that guy is a psycho, and he is a blight to society because he's using the resources of our land and not paying anything back. That is a Dark Friend. Get out the constabulary, get the magister. We're gonna hold trial for this guy, and then an arbiter is gonna show up and start being like, "You a communist, son?"
The way I just nodded my head.
What if I pay taxes but don't spend anything because I'm a hoarder? If you pay your taxes, you're fine. You're paying your
Well-
taxes because your taxes are being used for the safety and betterment of the world around you. The roads that you use to go to the county, the seat of the county, those are paid for by taxes. When there's a giant pothole that shows up and keeps trade from coming into your town, and the guild shows up within a week and repairs it fully, that's what your taxes are being used for.
I like how you're saying this. Like this is a new use for taxes and not their entire purpose.
Well, instead of the lords
Look at this
getting fat
crazy
off
fantasy I made.
off their taxes and just robbing the people blind, the taxes are actually being used for shit. I shake my fist at the government.
All my homies hate the government.
What if I don't pay taxes but don't use any of the commercial stuff? I mean, if you're not using the roads, I think what would happen is that if you didn't use any of the roads or anything and you're a hermit, you're a shut-in, I think your town would be very wary of you, because the taxes also get used by your Yaldermen for the betterment of your town. It goes to like repairing your house in the middle of winter. You do have representation. It's your Yaldermen. It's the mayor whom you knew and grew up with.
Hold on, sorry guys. Lazelle's saying I smell nice.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
She would know. Look at that schnoz.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a first-time castle owner with 4 heirs. Do I get a child tax? Also, I'm part dragon. Are there less taxes to the race?
Yeah, where's the rich asshole in charge of the guild who fucking paid 0 taxes legally
They don't exist.
through loopholes and
They don't exist. In
tax
fact, if you are
exemptions.
incredibly wealthy, you get taxed more.
What?
Yeah, if you are a super wealthy merchant, you get taxed more.
I want to live there.
This is a society that's aligned with dragons.
Aligned with metallic dragons.
Yeah, but dragons. I mean, yeah, they're nice guys ish, but they're still dragons.
And they listen to Bahamut.
I see. They grumble. They're like,
Thou shalt not hoard.
"Why am I being punished for my success?" says the dragon, sleeping upon 2 tons of gold. I thought we lived in a free country.
You don't.
The Bahamut cleric sitting outside his door. You don't. Hand it over.
Give it to the people.
Bahamut blast.
Do taxes pay for a fire department and other EMS? I mean, in a sense, yes. Your taxes would go towards something like keeping the local militia well equipped, so that way if there are things like a fire or there are things like a medical emergency and shit like that, they can show up and help. Your wisdom has enough supplies and herbs because she was able to afford all of it and can show up at your house and help you. Want to be taxless? Be a wayfarer. Nope. Even wayfarers have to pay taxes.
Oh god, tax RP is real.
If I was a cleric and I used my magic to heal people at the hospital, would I be used? No, that's not a tax write-off.
Well, that answers my question.
Yeah, there's no such thing as like tax write-offs and shit like that. If you're part of the clergy, which means you're a part of the church, a priest, a deacon, a acolyte, what have you, your taxes get sent to the minister of faith, who then goes to each chapel and abbey in your county and makes sure that they are all adequately stocked and repaired. Okay, everyone pays taxes, but do some people live forever? Usually that's only elves. And that's only elves who have mastered the current. Who are the wayfarers paying their taxes to if they're out and about? You're still in a county. You are within the county of Rosewood. You are paying your taxes to the Dracus of Rosewood. What if I sell my castle to a 501(c) tax-exempt organization that's non-religious?
That doesn't exist.
Yeah, what if I send it to a trust fund for generational wealth owned by my son?
Jesus.
A platinum drake will be sent to your house, and
What if I put all of my money in debt and then invest that money into stocks so I technically have zero money?
I swear to
I
God.
want to throw up.
What if I store my money in an offshore caressing?
What if I leverage my debt to collect more money, which I loaned to make more money with, which is all tax-free, because I technically don't owe that money, but it's still making me money.
Utopia, I don't really have fantasy racism in my setting. I've sort of leaned away from like racism and slavery and all that shit because you can tell stories without them. I do have like traditionalist views, which is often a point of conflict for players. Like the whole idea of like the village council, the women's circle, things like that. Those are like traditionalist views, which are things that the party can sort of try to like rub against and try to sort of break societal norms. But I don't have things like, oh, you're a dwarf? Well, all dwarfs in my setting are treated like dog shit. I don't have that. There are conflicts that are born about.
I look over to Kara so casually killing off all the dwarfs.
Well, there are conflicts born about from like differing races, but it's not because you're an elf. It's because you're a fucking homicidal empire that was willing to burn your own fucking god star tree to make other elves bend the knee.
Okay, but why is the homicidal empire destroying all the dwarves?
They're not destroying the dwarves. The dwarves are willingly killing themselves because they'd rather die than serve.
Oh.
Yeah, they closed off their mountain hold to the elves because they don't want to serve the elves.
I see.
And it's because the elves were willing to almost burn the last gift of the Allfather on Adis. It's not because you're a fucking knife ear, it's because you're a psychopath.
I mean, it wasn't given by my goddess, so, you know, it's not that important.
That is what a lot of elves say. It also seems like the reason why people venture into the unknown. To find villages or towns, that the taxes would certainly be sent to those building villages and towns so they could develop quickly. Yeah, exactly. Where is the Adis, Cayman Islands, or Swiss bank locations?
They don't exist.
What do you mean we can't go to the Hamptons, Crowned?
No. Question, does my Artificer Steel Defender have to pay taxes? No, it's a construct. Not a person.
How dare you? He's a person to be.
Does it have a soul?
What if I use his soul to make it?
Then yes, it pays taxes now.
Oh,
Nice. You're welcome.
So what you're saying is all I have to do is remove my soul. I don't have to pay taxes.
The Lich leaning in.
You guys are insane. I'm literally
I
telling
became
you.
a lich to
I'm
avoid
literally telling
taxes.
you that your taxes are being used for genuinely good and helpful things. This isn't America. Your taxes are being used for good things. And people are still like,
Yeah,
Nope.
because they're American.
But if I'm a Warforged, then you don't exist in my setting.
Ooh.
But hey, that
fucked
means
up.
no taxes. Congrats.
You cease to exist.
I like the idea of a lich becoming a lich so he could avoid paying taxes on his
Even he would
vast
pay
amounts
taxes.
of wealth. Nuh-uh.
If he's a Tarosian lich, he's paying taxes.
Nuh-uh. Technically, my corporeal form
It's
doesn't
your
have a soul.
It's your money, Hale, that you found in the dungeon. Your money.
I mean, to be fair, we're working with a feudal system where most people don't even have money. They have produce that they farm.
There is a lot more haggling. Haggling and barter.
I'll trade you 3 bales of corn for a cow. Kind of shit. Like, it ain't capitalist. It ain't a capitalist society. The only people really that are gonna get taxed that anyone gives a shit about are merchants and guilds and artisans. Farmer Joe is not gonna have any gold. He's gonna have crops. They might tithe him. Right. And then you end up with the I can't give you my tithe. It was a cold winter. And then the Dracula is like, "Oh, that's terrible," as he takes what little they have. Anyway.
No, what usually happens is that if there's a long winter, like a winter lasting more than like 3 years, what usually happens is that the taxes then go into product being brought in from places like Suna and then brought to those towns so that way people can eat and live during those winters.
He started ordering DoorDash from Suna.
Oh, you guys are so fucking insane. It's literally ridiculous.
It's too ingrained, man.
I'm sorry, every time you say the T word, I just violently jerk and retch.
Ugh. Yes, there are food storages. Each town generally has like a massive number of silos where they keep food for the long winters. And it's up to the alderman to distribute it. So during the 3, 4, however long winter, the alderman is going to be the one in charge of dispensing the food to the people. If they ran out because the Vigar attacked or it was a poor harvest or whatever, he'll beseech his Dracus, and then the Dracus will bring supplies in for the town. Out of water again. Back. Fucking psychopaths.
You're welcome. Holy shit, I have to set back up. God damn it. Element, that is evil. Do not make that dog pay taxes. I swear to God. I will cry.
What's wrong with you people?
Well, you know.
Why are you laughing?
I mean, do you really want to get into it?
I'm just keep reading chat.
Oh.
That's just fucking insane, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they do ask the real questions, at the very least.
Why did you become a level 20 wizard? So I could dodge taxes. I put everything in my alternate dimension. They'll never find it.
Well, don't go
Arbiters would
saying
like to
that out
work.
loud.
They'll have to find me first as I dimension door away. No, I don't tip. Why do you ask?
Nice. Yeah, a level 20 wizard definitely does not tip. The motherfucker would be like, yeah, tell your boss to pay more. And he'd leave you a 1-star review.
Boom. Asked me for tip. Can you believe it? Fucking puts held his hand out like a beta. 1 star.
Jesus.
Just go to school XD.
If you're not paying your taxes, this is what's going to happen.
It's just gonna get worse and worse.
If you don't pay your taxes, what's going to happen is that your Yalderman is going to be the first one to realize that you're not paying your taxes because they are the one that collect taxes from the town. So if you're evading your taxes, eventually they're going to have to go to the magisterium and get in contact with a lawyer and begin filing to basically be like, this person is evading their taxes. We need to make sure that A, they're not a dark friend or what have you. And then what's probably going to happen is that an arbiter is going to get called. And an arbiter is going to show up because you're not paying your taxes. And an arbiter, you're going to wake up
just
in
the
a
IRS.
you're going to wake up in a fucking oubliette with an arbiter sitting in front of you, and you're in some chalk circle of zone of truth. And they're going to be like, hey, why aren't you paying your taxes? And then you explain to them, because it's my money. And they go, okay. But don't you benefit from all of the things provided to you by society, by your Yaldaman, by your town, your neighbors? Don't you use that road to walk up and down to the general store?
I'm sorry, are you trying to like guilt me into paying taxes like I have a soul?
The arbiter slowly sits up.
Do you not have a soul?
I feel... Metaphorically,
Old
I am a
person.
banker. Oh, wait.
Call in the other arbiters.
I smell the Dave's Vault from here.
The only way you're getting the only way you're overpaying on taxes is if your Yalderman, like, if basically something really needs to get fixed really fast. Otherwise, your Yalderman's only going to tax you for what he thinks you should pay.
Or you're getting scammed by the bandits who rolled in and swore that they're working for the alderman.
or
So
that.
if you can pay your taxes real
Or
quick.
that. Or you're getting
For
tricked
the
by the
bridge.
bandits who are like, oh,
And
Roy,
Kingsman rolls in. Oh, yeah.
need to pay
Oh,
your
yeah.
taxes.
Mayor of Rosewood needs some taxes.
Tax season again. Time to pay them.
We
And,
paid a week ago.
Oh, I need your boots too.
Well, shit, don't want to
I
get
could
in
see.
trouble.
I could see King rolling in and being like, "Yep, I'm here to do y'all
Tax
taxes."
season. Damn. Time for taxes again. I know everybody hates them, but I will be needing your money.
Fucking rolls out in like the most expensive stuff he has in the caravan.
Nice. I could see that. Yeah, very Witcher 3 that, where you're dealing with the Baron's men. What if the Yalderman is a dick? So this is what happens if the Yalderman is a dick. You contact the Magisterium. The Magisterium gets in contact with the Dracus. The Dracus is now informed that the Yalderman is not only abusing his position, but is stealing money from the people. The Dracus is now going to arrive to your town, strip that Yalderman of all of his titles, and appoint a new Yalderman. Heroes is a merit and respect focused society. If you are a cunt, you will not survive. Because all it takes is somebody telling another person, and now your reputation is in the fucking ground. And with no reputation, nobody's gonna respect you. Sounds like a fantasy world.
It is. It's all fantasy. None of it's real. If the real world was even a fraction like this, we'd live in a better place.
Damn.
We really would, though.
Even with the Morlings,
Even with the
And
Morlings.
witches.
Yeah.
the fist of God coming down,
Yeah.
and the actual real life gods who do actually exist.
I like to see it.
Saints who answer your prayer. Religion you can follow. Your players are gonna be fucked. No, my players, I've been very spoiled with my players. I haven't had like murder hobos. Murder hobos in Tyros, that's how you meet the headsman.
I don't want to murder hobo just so I can meet him.
If you're a murderer, this is what's gonna happen. Let's say you are, let's say you're Johnny Two Guns, and you kill a bunch of people. Let's say you have at least a body count of 5. When you are eventually caught, either by the constabulary, by wayfarers, or heaven forbid, the arbiters decide to come chase you, you get brought to the constabulary. A trial is now held where a magister is now going to basically work with the constabulary to figure out an appropriate punishment for you. Guess what? As a murderer, you are generally considered too far gone and are a dark friend. The next saying you're going to hear is, call the arbiters. An arbiter will show up in a number of days. The constable will inform you. Your execution will be held on the 15th of Rain's Wrath. You have 4 days to make your amends. Say goodbye to whoever you have to say goodbye to and say your prayers. An arbiter headsman will show up. The individual that I showed not too long ago, the figure clad in black with the skull mask, that is an arbiter headsman who is going to show up, say whatever prayer they're going to say for you, and then thunk, take off your fucking head. Because you're a murderer. You are a rabid dog and must be put down.
No Suicide Squad funny bit?
Nope.
No.
No funny bit.
What the
But
fuck?
it was a prank.
It's just a
Requiescat
meme.
in pace. May God have mercy on your soul. Thunk. Question, what happens if by some miracle I manage to kill an arbiter? It's not impossible. Arbiters are people. They are just high-level CR creatures. If you happen to kill an arbiter... Okay, so this is what's going to happen. You get some sick, nasty fucking loot. You get a pretty dope headsman's blade. You get some brand new, spiffy plate armor. All that shit. What's going to happen is that arbiter is now dead. And dragoons are going to show up. And a dragoon and probably their dragon are going to show up and fucking obliterate you. What the constabulary wants is to rehabilitate you. If you have killed people, you are considered too far gone. They cannot help you because you have gone so far as to take another person's life. If you're willing to go that fucking far, you've lost the plot. There are exceptions. If you are a wayfarer and you kill bandits, you're not going to get punished, but you will get ostracized. Let's say that the band of adventurers come in and they kill all 12 of the bandits. The bandits are people. They're part of the town. They have jobs in the town, but they do this banditry on the side to sort of make ends meet, or perhaps their job is no longer relevant to the town and they feel like this is the only thing they can do. They're crestfallen, broken men. If you kill them,
Just the way I like them.
if you kill them, it's considered a great shame. Generally, you want to capture these individuals and try to rehabilitate them. Give them a new job that they can do in town so that way they are useful and functioning members of society. That's why places like Haynes Keep exist. Haynes Keep is rehabilitation. You go there as a criminal, you earn money to send to your family and to the person that you wronged, and you learn a new trade. But if you are a murderer, you go bye-bye. If you kill these bandits, the constable is probably going to be upset that you killed them because the constable probably knows the people that you killed. They're not going to punish you because you were defending yourself. But expect a lot of people in town to sort of turn their nose up at you. Maybe deny you services. Your honor goes down. Your reputation goes down. You're known more as a murderer than a knight.
Hey, what are these weird pop-ups in my HUD that say reputation went down?
Why does it keep happening? What if the person in question tried to kill me and nearly succeeded? So you'd be dealing with, again, if it's you defending yourself, right? Every situation's not going to be the same. If you were defending yourself from bandits because the bandits were too far gone and tried to kill you, then, you know, the constable will probably take your side. 9 times out of 10, though, the bandits aren't going to kill you. They're going to knock you out, and they're going to take some of your gear. You're going to wake up in a ditch that they've pulled you away, so that way a monster doesn't eat you in the middle of you being unconscious. So they probably dragged you to the road, so that way the road can keep you safe. So you get found by a road warden or some traveling knights. And let's say you have plate armor, a longsword, and some money. They're probably only going to take your longsword and your money and leave your plate armor. They're not going to rob you of everything. They're going to take what they need. They are crestfallen. They are spirit broken men. They need purpose and do not have one.
This just sounds like fascism. Let's do like Caressa would put them on crouches.
Oh my, I mean, yeah, you could. Put him in the fucking repentant armor. I'm sure that'll go over well.
See, we made use out of them. They're an asset to society. As I tap the walking blood maiden tank.
You want to know what happens if you bring the bandits in Utopia? You get praised as a hero. Your reputation goes up. Your honor goes up. The constable likes you 1,000 times more. Because guess what? You're on the side of order. Killing is easy. It's what chaos does. Vigar kill Vigar. Rendavi kill Rendavi. Elves kill elves. It's way different if you bring them in. If you take their shit, you took their shit. The constable's probably going to be like, hey, do you have to fucking strip them down to their undies, man? That's a little fucked. But you brought them in alive. That's what matters. You've shown that you are part of order, that you are part of law, that you're not some fucking murderous freak on the side of chaos, willing to just cut anybody down who looks at you wrong.
Yuria leans in. They're gonna die, and they're gonna die poor.
All right. What if I want to commit a little genocide? Well, the arbiters show up is what happens if you want to commit a little genocide. Now, that particular instance is for like humans, right? Killing bandits who are, you know, humans. That's where you sort of get the bad reputation. If you're killing like Vigar, chaotic motherfuckers who are going to roll into a town and burn it to the ground, guess what? Reputation goes up when you kill those motherfuckers.
Very good.
Chatters realizing they can't be evil in Adis and still be treated like heroes.
I thought I was gonna get away with it. Bullshit.
What made you think that?
Is it bigger renown? Yeah, if you manage to bring in those bandits and they got rehabilitated and now they're part of the town again, yeah. The constable's going to be like, thank you for doing what you did. The people you saved, the bandits you fought and brought back to town are going to be way fucking happier. Thank you so much for sparing me. Thank you for giving me another opportunity with my family.
A beautiful world.
What happens if I keep a bandit as a squire to rehabilitate? What happens then? Then you have a squire who you could eventually make a knight.
You have a squire
And you
that
have a
might
loyal
slit your throat.
motherfucker.
What?
This is Tyros. Each continent has their own way of handling things. Caruso's
Handle
very
this.
fire and brimstone. Like, oh, you don't believe in the mother? Okay. Get the pyre.
Damn right. Reality. Yuria comes home. Oh, thank God. As she's put on the pyre. I'm home.
How much of a reputation hit would I take in a town if I don't tip the servers? None, because you're not expected to tip. They get paid a living wage.
It's fantasy, remember? We don't.
I was
do
gonna say,
tipping.
now I know you're making this shit up.
I am. It's all
Every time the
fantasy.
DoorDash guy rolls up, he's like, "Don't worry, in my fantasy, you get paid well." As he closes the door.
I get paid a livable wage. Please keep your money.
Yeah, Gerald pays all the people that works for him. Do they have plumbing? Yes. They have running water. They have
Magic
lights.
plumbing. That reminds me of that Chat GPT toilet. Fucking. I remember.
Do potatoes exist? Yeah, I fucking love potatoes. Of course they exist.
Do Brussels sprouts exist?
I mean, I'm sure somebody likes Brussels sprouts. I'm sure they exist. I have yet to have good Brussels sprouts in my 29
why you
years
need-
of life.
That's why you need to come to where I live, so my mom can make Brussels sprouts, and they're not soggy little shits. That's right.
I mean, I haven't eaten anything that your mother would make, but I trust your mother with my entire life. So
You're easily convinced.
do wasps exist? Do mosquitoes exist? Yes, because they serve as monsters for my players to fight.
You say that, but the one wasp we actually met, we ended up saving.
True. Yeah, you saved the wasp queen.
We did save the wasp queen. And see, they're bitching about getting distracted, and then they do shit like that. Players, am I right?
Go out of their way to spare this monstrous fucking being who I was never expecting them to spare.
It's like that fucking Rick and Morty episode where like the mom like spends the entire show right trying to save this random deer's life, and like the hunter shows up and he's like, "That's legal in my property."
Potatoes, the food of the gods. Mashed, baked, scalloped, grilled, even alcohol. There's nothing potatoes cannot do. I agree. Sorry, we like potatoes.
Do artichokes exist?
Oh god. Artichokes. Remember what they look like.
If I can't make my artichoke spinach dip, then this world is impure and must be erased.
Where do you mostly find artichokes? Where do they,
The fridge.
do we grow them here in America or do we grow them somewhere else?
I don't know. Sometimes the dumbest thing you could possibly say is the funniest. They're native to the Mediterranean.
Well, then, yeah, you'd probably get them in, like, arid
fresh.
earths or some shit like that.
Nice.
Yeah, you can get your spinach dip. Artichoke, spinach dip.
This world is...
Are they grown in California?
Of course they grow. Everything grows in
Anything?
California.
That's a surprise.
EM, does my corn syrup exist in your world?
What?
Does my artificial corn syrup does that
What the fuck
exist?
are you asking me?
I
No,
need
we
my
got real corn syrup.
what the hell?
Yeah, there's probably some machine that exists that makes like artificial syrup and shit like that.
Ugh. Finally, I can destroy my insides, just like real life.
Yeah,
DM
there's probably like Soylent Green that's made by like machines and shit too.
do microplastics exist in your world?
Oh no microplastics yet.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Precursor
can
tech
change.
when they were precursor age, there was probably definitely microplastics out the
You
ass.
find the All Father in like a basement eating like Lunchables
I just like them. I think
from
they're
the
neat.
bar.
I make little pizzas with them.
What is that? Is that food?
No, it's processed. It's like bits of like leftover food that we sort of
Fucking-
mashed together to
He
resemble
opens
food.
up a cabinet. There's like a box of Twinkies. It's
A
ancient.
delicacy from another time.
These have existed for 5,000 years.
Never
I think
changed the
they're still
formula.
good. They haven't gone stale yet.
Does Steve Irwin exist but with monsters? Yeah.
Steve. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, why not? Does pizza exist? Yes. Does coffee exist? Yes. Yes, it does.
It's expensive.
It is expensive. Probably not as expensive anymore because their Tyros was very insular before, but now it has very good trade deals with Suna. So you're more likely to see coffee, especially along the coast.
Twinkies' shelf life is longer than your life. It's true. Especially when you eat Twinkies.
God, I would love nothing more for the party to go into like a facility, find like a little mini fridge,
Yeah.
open it up, and there's Twinkies in there or some shit like that.
You find this weird spongy thing.
It's
You're
a
not sure what it
bright,
is.
like almost neon yellow. It appears to be contained within a sort of film.
It's not wet, but there is a certain moisture to it when you squeeze.
When you rub your fingers together, there is some like adhesive material left over. It smells sickly sweet.
Yeah, we end up in this ancient facility. We have no idea what's going on. It turns out it's just like the fucking... It's the sarsaparilla fucking factory from Fallout. There's some benign shit. It makes zebra cakes.
Holy shit, I would fucking... Hell yeah, baby. Zebra cakes?
Ugh.
Oh, wait.
We build here our new settlement.
Our home.
Get this shit operational now. We must.
Stardox. Activate all facilities.
Stardox rolls up, looks over the place. You know this shit's gonna kill you, right? I eat
don't
brains. That shit's literally unedible. Why are you putting it in your mouth?
Why? Stop. Stop it.
I don't think rust monsters would eat that shit. I put that thing next to an ooze and it crawled away.
I would love... You put it next to the ooze and the ooze just crawls over it and doesn't even take it.
It's just floating in a gelatinous cube. Undissolved.
The gelatinous ooze starts to look unhealthy.
Starts changing color. Hey man, you good? You pull it out of the cube and it's like, thank you, you saved my life.
Oh. It starts to dissolve your hand.
It's just the Twinkie doing that.
Yeah, the
Rocky.
5,000-year-old acidic Twinkie. It's turned into its own chemical compound.
The ooze just makes a giant, like, frowny face. That'd be so fucking funny.
You just see like the edges of the ooze just like sag.
you get a sickeningly sweet ooze variant. True. God, I'm so tired of coughing.
Yeah, you make an entirely new ooze that, while it dissolves you, it tastes kind of sweet.
Ektheros looking over and going, I didn't make that.
What the hell?
Who the hell made that? Looks at the adventurers fucking slam dunking Twinkies
Just
into the
stuffing, like,
side of it.
The 5th Twinkie into the side of this ooze.
Oh my god,
As
leave
it-
it alone!
Why would you do that? It made a funny noise when it slurps them in. Watch.
No, stop it! Stop playing God!
You
Get
sick
another one.
fucks!
It's like Minthrax throwing worms.
Just throws it into the well.
Whee! Yeah, yeet.
Have you tried eating a marshmallow, Crown? Yeah, I've eaten marshmallows before. You're hurting it!
Yeah, Ektheros rolls it. Stop hurting my child!
Immediately,
petting.
like, pushes you away, grabs the ooze.
Pets it.
I'm so sorry. Sometimes eating a marshmallow in the morning can help with coughs. Oh. If our roads weren't perpetually frozen in minus or negative degree weather, I would actually order some stuff.
Yo, it's crazy. We actually finally got some ice on the roads today.
Down there?
Yeah. Well, okay. So
Everything's still open?
no, everything closed down
Ah,
immediately.
nice. All right, good.
Yeah, you get like someone coughs snow, everyone closes.
Oh yeah, it does.
They're like, yeah, we're not dealing with that. We don't have like expectations of like people shoveling snow out of their lawn. Nobody here knows how to deal with snow, so the moment it arrives, everyone's like, nah. Today didn't exist.
We finally have snow in the local mountains again, so that's a start.
Augers.
I have not seen the ground in like 2 weeks. It's just been nothing but snow.
F.
Them damn liberals were lying.
That's why you got. That's
Global
why you got.
warming.
It's
my
harp
ass.
again.
Fucking take aerosol cans out. Get warmer. Spray it into the air.
Get the hell out of here.
That's why you got to migrate to the south like geese.
Man, I know where southern places that don't freeze are.
That's right, baby.
It's great because it's like, it's -1 degrees outside. And I go, oh, okay. And I look at it and it's like,
It actually feels like it's -40 outside.
I go,
Damn,
oh.
We've reached our coldest this winter, and it's 27.
Damn. Yeah, we also hit our, we beat our all-time low.
Yeah,
Like,
very nice.
and like we hit, like we broke like a bunch of records this year with like
Woo!
the blizzard and the wind chill and like the temperature drop.
Hell yeah.
And I go, oh yeah. Oh, this planet's fucked.
It's the beginning of the end, brother.
Oh shit.
Y'all ready for Ice Age 4?
Oh baby.
I can finally put all that survival training my uncle who was in Vietnam taught me to
Oh my
use.
god. Sarah keeps
Nice.
bringing up the apocalypse, and he's like, "Yeah, man, we'll do some great stuff." And I'm like, "No, no.
do some-
What's gonna happen is that the apocalypse is gonna happen, and I'm gonna be the first guy who dies because I have to walk with a cane and use glasses. So it's not like I can help you forage and gather food. I'm gonna be the fat guy back at camp who tells funny stories until the raiders
Hey.
show up, and then I get shot in the neck because they tried to take my cane, and I said, "Oh, I need this to walk," and they go, "Shut up, old man." And then I get shot in the neck by some fucking pipe pistol, and I bleed out in your arms, and I begin your fucking vengeance arc. That's my whole purpose in the apocalypse.
I mean, you always need like the idealist in the party and the realist, you know? Coral. I mean, you could learn to cook. You could be a homesteader.
Just become a Sylvester.
So, maybe this is why Momo's playing Tarkov. She's preparing.
She's preparing. Getting her practicing.
Yeah,
She knows something we don't.
I can't think of any other reason why she'd play that game. I was floored when I saw her playing Tarkov. I'm like, this is not your game. This game, when I played Tarkov, I'm like, yes, this game does a real good job simulating why, like, firefights aren't actually any fun. It's mostly sitting behind a bush as bullets fly past you, with no idea where they're coming from, firing in a direction you hope the enemy is, as you hear your friend screaming, I'm hit. The only difference is that in Tarkov, they'll say shit like I'm using the cheese.
Considering there's a DM shortage now, it's probably going to be worse than the apocalypse, just to convince the Rangers to let you run D&D for them. Yeah, as he's holding up his makeshift pipe pistol to my head, I go, wait. Have you ever heard of Dungeons and Dragons?
No, man. You could be like Volo in the Goblin Camp at Baldur's Gate.
I'm just singing some fucking bullshit.
You're rascalin', you're rascalin'. That's right.
And what do you mean there's a DM shortage?
I mean, look, if there was ever a demand for escapist fantasy, the apocalypse is the time and place.
Wait.
You're like, all right, guys, take your imagination potions as you all hit up Jet. All right, let's play some D&D.
Let's go. I'm gonna take on a terrace.
You have like a broken, like, old ass TV. You look over, you're like, all right, chat, here's our new session.
Holy shit, I've just lost my fucking
Just-
mind.
Full on disassociation, Use like you and your bandit buddies use like mannequins for like their PCs. You dress them up in like shitty, like leftover clothes you scrounged from the mall.
Hell yeah.
This is my dwarf as you hack off the mannequin's legs.
His name is Ingvar Ironfist. He's part of Clan Lockrim. He's a great dwarven thane. Moves the mannequin 3 feet forward.
He's got a little like party, like a little birthday hat to symbolize his like helmet. Fake ass beard.
I'm so happy for him.
Honestly, he's living his best life right now.
True.
Do you think Steve Irwin would be a ranger or a druid?
Yes.
Given his physical prowess
That's
and
a
his
ranger.
ability to like mount on the back of crocodiles and alligators and shit like that, I would definitely say ranger. Because they take a lot from like fighter. And so I definitely consider somebody like Steve Irwin to be very athletic and very like acrobatic. So I would definitely say ranger over druid. Because even with ranger, you could still talk to animals. His son is also definitely a ranger. Son's following in his footsteps very well.
Nice. I mean, if the apocalypse does happen and the population is massively reduced and you're left with all these abandoned buildings, that is a lot of places you could play like D&D, you know? And just use like the mall as your dungeon.
You're not wrong.
I mean, imagine how sick that would be.
I mean, at that point, you're just LARPing.
I mean, yeah. What of it?
Nothing. I'm just saying.
The DM shouts from the food court. The Ranger attacks you! Roll a d20! Clank, clank, clank. You hear echoed, 14!
You succeed. You only take 2 damage. When I think of druid, I think of an old hermit in the woods. Same. I also think of like, was it like Radagast the Brown? That's an actual druid.
Yeah, I like Radagast. They're they're so silly.
I love the way that Saruman talks about him. Radagast the Brown. His mind is clouded with mushrooms and pipeweed.
Nice. You know, he's a card on Magic the Gathering.
I know he is. I have him.
Nice. That's all he does. He spawns little animals.
If I go around in the apocalypse in a suit of armor carrying a broadsword, would that count as LARP? That's how I want to go around the apocalypse. You can start like in the apocalypse, you can start bringing back like fashion trends. Like you can start wearing cloaks and shit again.
Bro.
You know how sick that'll be? When you can start like I love the memes where they're like how people think men want to dress, how men actually want to dress. And it's a guy in full like plate regalia with like a half coat or like a half cloak on and a broadsword. That's how I would dress in the apocalypse.
We are sleeping on like old Prussian fashion. Like, holy shit. That shit was styling.
I'm so tired of modern trends. I want to go back. I want buttons.
I want to live in the time of France when men could wear high heels. Smile.
I want thigh-high boots for everyone. Just going and saying, oh.
Real talk, though, I'm one payment away from just buying a cloak and wearing it out.
Nice. Sanity is overrated. It's always tested. Actually, what I should pull up, the Watchtower app. That one has a pretty good like farm layout. Yeah.
What?
I wanted to look at my old. I guess it's not really old. I wanted to look at the map layout that I used for
It's at least a year old.
10 months. Close enough. I wanted to look at the farm layout that I did here and sort of copy it. Because I liked its layout of like weird, like small, misshapen, intermittent farms and shit like that. Little plots of land that people would come and tend to. Really did just make random shapes. Okay. You fucking laughing at me? The fuck?
Well, so I'm just chuckling because I enjoy watching the creative process. It brings me a small happiness in this bitter, cold world. Extremely cold world.
Oh damn! All right,
Very cold world.
all right, man.
It's winter.
What?
It's I mean, it's physically cold. What? No, yeah, I just meant that. Like, there was no metaphor here. It's actually factually cold.
Why not rice terrace looks? Because they don't grow rice here. They grow renard weed. They grow tobacco. Well, tobacco is their main. Everybody generally has like little farms that they take care of, but their main produce here is tobacco. Yeah, they are known. Elions is known for its wool and the tobacco that they sell.
Nice.
No, tobacco. Not weed, tobacco. Don't fucking frown at me.
Imagine, bro. We roll. Imagine. Can you wait when like Gen Alpha starts playing D&D, and they're like, the mayor pops a gummy
Jesus.
from the gummy fart. And the DM's like, what do you mean they don't actually do that?
Life expectancy of Elion just fell for 4 years.
So I'm playing around with that the new Foundry update that lets you like natively make races.
Oh,
I'm here for it.
that's dope.
Mm-hmm. I don't have to gunk up more folders.
Is there a Pepper X equivalent in... What is Pepper X?
Why does that sound like element orange or mustard gas?
Some chemical weapon? The new hottest chili pepper. No, probably not. There's probably some magical chili pepper that's out there that'll fucking explode your head or some shit like that. It's a man-made pepper? Yeah, there's probably nothing like that in Adis. There are probably like incredibly super hot chilies, but They're not made by man, they're made by magic. Like I could see there's a forest near Summerhall that has that's kept alive by like the spark of spring or something like that. And it's this like magical place that basically suffuses the whole land with magic. So I could see there being like naturally occurring chilies there, or peppers there, that are suffused with this like spark of summer or spring that makes them incredibly hot, and they're probably like a delicacy. Are those stamps baseline and incarnate? They are part of the subscription, to my knowledge. But yeah, everything I use, I try to keep it baseline incarnate. I don't, if I upload things, it's usually for my battle maps. Bay peppers, also very likely, Gob. Like mandrakes? Yeah, probably. Why not have peppers come about upon the arrival of victim Maltaurus? Like it's a fruit of theirs? No. Funny, but I could see them having different things that they would introduce. Yeah. A pepper that tastes is summer made manifest does sound brutal. Yeah. Yes, it does. But does a devil representative appear after an arbiter headsman just finishes executing a murderer to take their head and soul away? I don't know if a devil shows up. I think people would have way more problems if a devil just showed up suddenly.
Hey. Taxes, please.
I think it would be more so like your soul just sort of gets taken.
No, please do not take my soul.
Too late to cry, sinner.
Oh. But cry I did.
Take care, Utopia. Thanks for hanging out, brother.
I discovered an interesting multi-class, at least in Baldur's Gate.
Oh.
Indeed. So a level 1 life cleric. It's not one that you would think. And it is a necromancer wizard with a dip into life cleric.
Huh.
Because this is really good early game. Because necromancer has infamously a very shitty fucking level 2 like feat. They have the Grim Harvest feat, which like you get your health back if you kill something. If you kill something with a leveled necromancy spell equal to the spell's level.
Uh-huh.
Now, I don't know about you, but I can't count that many very good low-level necromancy spells that kill things that a wizard has. However, there's one very good one that the cleric has.
Inflict wounds.
Correct. So, you inflict wounds on something. That gives you 1 HP back. But, with the life cleric stat, you get a bonus to the health you gain.
Ah, you've made a vampire build.
Correct. And then eventually you get vampiric touch, and now you're just leeching off of everyone.
That's pretty cool.
I thought it was pretty neat. And of course, you're summoning undead along the way. Well, the problem, Legion, with Toll the Dead is that it's a cantrip, and Grim Harvest only works with leveled spells. And it's very ironic that one of the best low-level damage-dealing necromancer spells is fucking inflict wounds. I don't think wizards even get. Actually hilarious. And of course, because you're starting out as cleric, you get a life cleric, you get heavy armor, and all that shit.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah. I definitely made it myself and didn't find it on the internet, Schmile.
Had you not said that, I
Yeah.
would have never have asked where you got the idea.
I know.
I would have been completely content giving you full credit.
When I make something and it pops off, I'll be the first to gloat about it, you know? It's a pride thing. I can't take credit for something I just Googled. Beyond finding it.
I just had one of those moments where I leaned back in my chair, and instead of dissociating, was very comfortable.
Oh. I've only been able to do that a couple of times in this chair. Have you guys tried honor mode yet? I believe Sizzle has.
I have. It's fun.
I'm trying it right now. With that build I just mentioned. I'm doing another Dirge playthrough where I'm nice, but I do technically like the big nice things, but then I kind of kill people along the way. You know, it's very conflicting.
The owlbear ended my honor mode.
Yeah, they add some funny things to especially the bosses in this game.
Yeah. Eric's been telling me.
Oh.
I thought it was great. I was like,
Did
oh,
you-
you're actually playing the game now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like Tactician gives you a taste. Honor mode is actually playing with a DM.
Correct. Hey guys, so a fucking asshole DM who's like, well, start over. Imagine the DM who's like the game's designed that you can load. So they don't like Larry doesn't pull their punches, generally speaking. If you end up in a bad situation, they will gleefully kill you. Like enemies will target your downed teammates to put them in the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And not just like ones you'd expect, like ghouls. I mean anything. Like fucking. If they're weak, the enemies don't be like, oh, well, he's incapacitated. Let me fight the fighter that's still up. They're like, no, you will never see another moonrise again. As they fucking slam your head into the pavement. And then, they're like, oh yeah, in this mode, yeah. Not only do you have that, it's worse, and you can't reload your saves. So it's like a DM that says, hey, we have one module that I could afford. I made it as hard as possible. I'm not going to pull my punches, and every time you die, you have to start the module over.
That sounds great.
And you're like, so DM, you gotta do campaign for me? And he's like, nope, as he opens his book.
Uh-uh.
Make a character. Anyway, you start in the Nautiloid ship. And you're like, no! Can we skip the Nautiloid ship? No.
It's important for your character development.
How else will you know your origin? I've been through this 80 times! Skill issue.
What role am I playing in this? Am I the victim?
Yes. But we have to be fair. How else? I mean, it wouldn't be fair for me to just give you this golden dice that only you will see.
You have to earn it.
You have to earn the dice. The virtual color that isn't even. It's just they just took like the purple dice and they put the yellow filter on, and they're like, boom, this will get them
Boom.
by the droves. Fools. We'll call it gold. It's really more banana yellow. It's not even like fancy like the dragon dice or anything. It's literally just the bog standard dice, but yellow.
I love that.
And
That's
they're like,
honestly great.
This is what you get for being the best at the game, and people are eating it up like animals.
Nice.
They will literally you could give someone a turd and they'll thank you if they thought it was a challenge. I swear to God. If you make people think that they deserve it, they'll take anything. I don't think your friends can even see the dice when you roll. Like if you're in a multiplayer game, I'm pretty sure only you get to see the dice you choose. The only asshole in the building who's gonna know you did honor mode is you.
That's even better, honestly. That's somehow even better.
Like, I don't think it's like, oh, I got the cool collector's edition dice, so now everyone gets to see me roll a lithid dice like an asshole. No. I'm out over here rolling a lithid dice. Everyone else just sees me rolling basic bitch dice, or whatever they have it set to.
Uh-oh, they're the police helicopters again. Yeah!
Yeah, I mean, look at these fucking dice. This is nothing to write. This is just yell. This is what you get.
Damn, that's it?
That's all. You just get yellowed.
That's literally, I took it into my photo editor and I hit color adjust.
Correct.
I slid it to
Correct.
42.
That's
and I
all you
upped the
get.
Saturation. That's hilarious.
There isn't even like a special 20 or 1 that you get like for some of the dice. It's just bog standard dice, but yellow. Hours of gameplay. Here you go. Wear it with pride as I put like a little gold star sticker. Watched a YouTube video of somebody who went through the entire honor mode, and they got the final boss, the redacted, to like 19 HP. They were on the last remaining. They're like, all right, I need to just do like a high level inflict wounds, and I'll win the game, and I'll get my fancy dice. And you know what happened?
They missed. They rolled the net one.
Their haste ran out.
Ooh.
And they got lethargic. And then the timer they didn't know existed ran out. And Shadowheart became an illithid. Game over. Restart, idiot. They used fungal spores to get haste. But apparently that doesn't mix well with a potion of speed, and they became lethargic. And they got the game over screen. XD.
Damn. Okay. Well, the internet's doing its shitty thing again.
Indeed.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. It's just been that way since Friday, I want to say. I've just been getting hit with like intermittent, like little knockoffs.
I'll knock you off.
Quietly. What do we think of this farm layout so far? These plots.
They look well plotted.
I want your actual opinion.
They're not done yet.
Let me look.
They look good. They look like farmland. What do you want me to say? What possible criticism could I have?
I don't know. You live around farmland, right?
No, you do.
You know what
You
farms
literally
look like.
You live in potato land. Actually, it's corn land, but
See, the issue with modern day farms is that they're massive because they have machinery to deal with all of that. I'm not certain what medieval farms look like. What is reasonable for people to do?
I'm gonna Google medieval farm.
Depends on the number of farmhands working the farm. If it's just a family, I wouldn't ascribe them a huge lot. Also, hello everybody.
Greetings.
Howdy.
Mr. who
Besides-
just woke up.
Since when does Crown DM bring anything but death along with him? Why are you trying to build things?
That's fucked up.
How about you go back to bed?
Let me wake up.
You know what, DM? You should play Kingdom Come Deliverance as like for educational purposes.
What?
What?
The only thing he's gonna learn from that game is "Hello, Henry." Hi,
Oh,
Henry.
right.
What do you mean? That game literally is like has like is based off of the actual landscape of our real world.
Hi, Henry.
All right, you know what? Never mind.
Could just play Medieval Dynasty.
Dude, that game is just Bohemia on drugs. Hi, Henry.
Okay, actually, why
should-
does Medieval Dynasty have co-op?
You should
I'm learning
boot up
things about it.
Kingdom Come Deliverance and just like walk through the fields.
Okay, but the only reason you work in Medieval Dynasty is to get a wife. That's supposed to be the lesson.
The true end game.
The true end game.
I watched
Acquire
Naomi play
wife.
that game. She fucking audio flashbanged me because she had Henry go to like a brothel.
Oh.
He's like, I'd like a bath for two, please. And then proceeds
ladies
to
know
moan
Henry Butler.
loud as fuck in my headphones, and I go, all right.
Yep. You walk in there, all the ladies go, "Hello, Henry." Oh, that's fucking good.
Naomi's just laughing her ass off on stream. Because Naomi was also trying to sell me on the game. Like,
It's a
Go on.
it's a weird game because you can like
Did it work?
you can find the best armor in the game 10 minutes in. You the only thing that keeps you from being able to kill enemies are like strange power gaps that are associated with your skill level. Like if you don't have a certain skill level, you can never parry or counter certain enemies that are like way above you. So you gotta fight like weak things for a long time until you reach like a 25 or 30 sword skill or whatever weapon you're using threshold. And then you can fight those guys. But then when you can fight those guys, you already have all the counters. And your counters are usually one kill. Especially if you have like the bailiff's mace. It's weird, like it's either impossible to fight certain dudes, or you're a god. You're Henry. You know?
what I'm hearing is you're not a fan of the game.
I fucking ended it. I finished it. I like the game a lot. I played it with a bow. Smiley face.
Howard.
Like there's a sergeant dude that you fight, he has like a wooden club. I shot him in the face with the bow and immediately ended the fight. And the
This
cinematic
motherfucker.
where you like fight him with a sword happens, and I'm over here like, that's not what happened.
He's saying he barely played the game.
I shot him in the face with my
Little
bow and he
bastard.
immediately
He did the stealth ranger fucking class. You know, in Skyrim where you're like, stealth ranger. Yeah, that's him.
To be fair,
There
it
he
takes
is.
more skill to do it in Kingdom Come than Skyrim.
I mean, yes.
But also, to be fair, I downloaded the Crosshair mod.
You son of a bitch.
So
You son of a bitch.
it is what it is, son. The
This
truth is out
motherfucker's
there.
like, you know, this is truly the supremacy of the longbow as he puts on an ACOG.
Yes.
I tried playing it, but the save system annoyed me. I really like the forest on the games, though. Oh, interesting. I wonder if it looks believable. I wonder if I think the original like sort of spread out farms might have been more believable than this.
Well, I mean, it depends on, um, I guess the sort of ordinance of the town and whose land that is specifically.
I believe it, therefore it's believable. Wait, haven't you played Witcher 3? Yeah. Yeah, their environments are great. You should go in a Witcher and like just take a tour of the town and be like, yes,
No,
shitholes.
exactly. It's all shitholes in The Witcher 3.
Yeah, well, guess what? Guess what farmland is? It's all shit. Guess what people lived in for most of their lives, throughout most of history? Shitholes.
Okay, but The Witcher 3 takes
Surrounded
it to a
by
whole
poop.
new level. It's based on Slavic mythology. Mythologically, her fucking farms suck.
Manure on their hands and their face. All day.
I do not want Polish farms in my D&D game.
What the fuck?
I think I'm gonna try and go back to the style here, where there's like little farms around like each place, instead of there just being big, concentrated farms.
Those look like the kind of plots I'd make in RimWorld. You know what I mean? Like
Don't get it,
cabbage
man.
over here, berries over here, wheat
Also,
over here.
I go back to the farms of shit in Witcher. Not all the farms are shit in Witcher. There's also the vineyards from the DLC.
Yeah, but that's like not Poland.
What?
Yeah, that's like a different place.
Yeah, but it's still the Witcher. I mean,
Yeah, but you never specified. You're
It's-
changing the
it's-
rules.
not. I just said in the Witcher.
In the Witcher DLC, then.
I've changed the terms of the agreement. Pray I do not change it again.
You'd make for a shit devil, Sizzle.
What's a little squalor, you know?
Who's it really affecting?
Not in Alien.
You're right. Use Witcher for Am's fairy inspiration.
Oh god.
That's
Where you meet the Baron's men.
Yep. Yeah, we go to the other side of Aram's Ferry. It's actually just the Red Duke. Yeah, I mean that's true, Vinny. To give Witcher credit, they are portraying essentially the North in squalor. So yeah, most of the towns are they're not doing great. They are mostly. This is what towns look like in the middle of a war. Smile.
Getting fucked from both sides.
Yep. Especially in Velen.
Have you seen Godzilla -1 yet? I have not. I've heard it's pretty good though.
Godzilla -1.
I keep meaning to watch it too, but unfortunately, I had to deal with my own personal kaiju.
Monka.
Oh no, I will cry. That's why I can't bring myself to finish the new season of Jujutsu Kaisen right now.
I'm on I'm finishing up. Actually I don't think I'm finishing up. I think I'm halfway through season 2 right now.
Oh, you powerful soul.
It's fucked. It's
It's extremely fucked.
it's a lot of me being like, yeah, oh no,
Oh wait.
maybe, oh nope, nope, that was a bait. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What
Quite-
are we talking
I started getting like R.R. Martin vibes,
F.
and I was like, uh-oh.
Yep. All my friends literally went, the like everyone of my buddies who read the manga was like, don't get attached to anyone. I was like, there's no way.
Yeah. Me
Talking
being
about the
like,
anime you were watching?
Huh?
Talking about the anime you were watching?
it's another one of the animes I'm watching.
What's it called?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
I thought that was it.
No, I'm also watching Freerun,
Gotcha.
which is also great. Nothing bad happens in
Freerun.
Freerun. Freerun's
Yeah.
fucking awesome, dude.
Yes. Oh my god. Hang on, I don't have enough slots for the other bits, but I did add a free run emote.
Nice. Every character you meet in Freerun, amazing. Oh my god.
Emo code free real estate.
I fucking I can't believe they did thing to character. That was very fucked up. That's literally that. That's the entire Shibuya arc for Jujutsu Kaisen is. I can't believe they did thing to character.
I am sad about Nobara.
What's worse, by the way? What's fucking worse is that before I started watching Jujutsu Kaisen, I would just ignore, like, if it was on my YouTube feed or whatever, I'd scroll past it. Now, YouTube's like actively trying to spoil season 2 for me. Like going out of its fucking way to try and spoil shit for me. It is insane.
I believe it. This is also part of the reason why I don't watch My Hero anymore.
Should actually watch My Hero again.
It is really good. That's one that I'm still trying to figure out. If I'm completely comfortable with the tonal shift that it had, but
Shibuya is how hard can we kick the main character in the emotional nuts? The arc? Yeah.
well, it's also because Gege didn't, by that point, figured out that he didn't like Itadori as a protagonist.
Yeah, Yuji's just catching L's so far in season 2 from what I've seen. It's nothing like season 1, where like season 1 he's fucking popping off. All of the other characters are there supporting him. Like Toto fucking loves Yuji, teaching him Black Flash and all that shit. Fucking super dope. Second season, who Omega Law? Who? Whomstuva? No. We like Gojo. I push Yuji out of the way.
I do really like Gojo, though.
I mean, you have to. He's a very good character. Toto is goated. I agree. The moment I met him, and he fucking hit you with the brother, I was like, all right, you're one of my favorite characters now.
When are we getting the boogie woogie feet?
True. Oh my god. Toto is like hard coded to just be everything that I liked in a character, which was it wasn't fair. Gojo's the basic bitch fave? Not if you I don't know. I saw at the start of the second season when you get to see more about Gojo. That's what really made me like him. At the start, he felt like a very cool like mentor, which he's meant to be. He's very like, he has a lot of like zoomer energy with the shit that he does, like taking selfies and all that stuff. But season 2 really made me like Gojo. That's exactly what I thought Ruffian is, that he's everything that Kakashi should have been. Like he's literally just another Kakashi who's been painted, and instead of one eye being covered, it's both eyes being covered. But he's very like personable is the best way to put it. Like he talks like a person sometimes.
You want to know another character that I super duper enjoy? Yuta.
Ooh, I don't know. That's is that curse speech user?
No. He was friends with the curse speech user though.
I don't think I've met Yuta then. I've seen their name. But I don't think I've met them yet.
I mean, a lot of I don't know. I think a lot of his stuff is in the Jujutsu Kaisen 0 movie.
Oh, okay.
So you get to see a lot of his stuff, and that character is definitely one of the author's babies.
Oh, I see.
So, and that character is very much inspired an undead warlock for me. So. I don't normally like to do that.
One thing he does is make the strongest characters also very compelling. I'd say so.
Yeah, he gives them a reason to be as strong as they are.
For as much of a bastard as he is, I really like Toji as well.
Dude, oh my god, Toji.
Toji's a character that I only know about because an artist I follow fucking is obsessed with him. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know anything about this character, so I don't really care. Like, I doubt I'm gonna watch the anime. I start watching the anime, and I fully understand why, because Toji is 100% a cunt, but he's also like, he's got a lot of shit going on, which makes him very interesting. That's what I really liked. If he was just a cunt to be an asshole, then I wouldn't care. But he's got some shit that makes you go, huh? Huh?
Oh my god, I keep forgetting he's Megumi's father. Fuck me, dude.
Yeah. Spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen that one away.
Oh shit.
Rip.
Whoops.
Classic.
It's all right.
Damn.
It's the heat of the moment. That's why I was trying to like.
Yeah, I know. I
Tiptoe
am
around it.
so bad.
So anyway, how's that weather?
It's
You tell me, bud.
0 degrees outside.
Oh shit, it is. I mean, I was kidding. I didn't want to get depressed.
It's cold as shit. Why did you say anything?
I'm a fool.
You fool of a took.
Why don't you throw yourself in the well and rid us of your presence?
Me every time you comment how cold it is outside.
What? Oh yeah, you like the cold.
Yeah. I'm a psycho.
So your answer to that is, why don't you go throw yourself in the cold?
Yeah.
You are a fucking psycho.
Wow, it'd be good for you.
I'm right there with you, though.
Imagine the learning experience.
What?
Yeah. You'll come out of it a
No.
different person.
Yeah, a fucking ice cube.
That's what the government wants you to think.
Don't fucking talk back at me.
I didn't realize you were a sheep. Incapable of thinking for yourself. Go out there in the cold.
Better than a sheep fucker. Listen, I know I'll fucking freeze.
You only believe that because that's what the government's told you. Reclaim what is yours, son of man.
Look, you want to play fucking Boy Scout outside? Fucking do it. Be my guest. Make campfires and shit. Pretend you're rugged and a mountaineer.
Is
That's
that what the
fine.
prophet meant when he told that to Sebastian? Just sit at your ass in the cold and freeze to death? That was the hidden message.
He was saying overthrow the government.
Oh, I see.
That's what he was saying.
Understood.
Based.
Reclaim what is yours, son of man.
The prophet, his act was actually an anarcho-capitalist this whole time.
Capitalist.
Yep.
You had me in the first half. Listen, he just doesn't like elves.
Hypothermia is an invention by Big Heater to sell more things to us.
Yep, that's right. It was invented by General Motors in the 70s. Frostbite isn't real.
Yeah, a cold so cold you lose your fingers. How come I can touch ice cubes then?
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Open your eyes, sheeple. Adam, start thinking for yourself.
Apparently I don't have to. I got you.
That's the spirit.
You're doing all the thinking.
I have this WhatsApp.
Give me your
group.
money so I can give it to the Lord.
The Lord. That's
What
right.
the fuck?
If frostbite, why would God make frostbite? It
Such
don't
a
make no
grim
sense.
fucking irony.
If the government tells me it's wrong to go into the snow in sandals and shorts, I must reject it.
True. I can't wait to meet like fucking silver tree deniers.
Orland never existed.
They made it up. They made it up. Make you feel bad.
Them damn elves. Them damn elves of the east.
It's just propaganda. Make you disbelieve in our Lord Bahamut. Slander, I tell you what.
Don't believe it, son. How come I ain't ever seen another tree?
So is this Theros now?
Huh?
Is this Theros now?
Who's asking?
Me.
Great question. Next question.
Obviously.
What do you think of this little like farmstead area?
I'm assuming that's gonna be like a space for maybe a somewhat wealthy farmer and their farmhands.
They basically have
Okay.
like a little plot for animals, chickens, whatever, cows or sheep they may have. And then they have their larger plot, which is probably going to be wheat or barley or what have you. Anything that would need a mill to grind.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, rather, I was gonna ask where the water wheel was. Now I see it.
It's another version of this. So they have their plot, they have their animals, and then they have their water wheel that they run.
Okay. Yeah, no. It's a very nice update. Definitely looks like it's gonna come out more vibrant.
Very good. Honest question though, do you guys actually like the cold or do you just hate heat more? I've lived most of my life in places that are just way too fucking hot, so it's more so I appreciate the cold. At least with the cold, I can put on a blanket. If it's hot and I'm stripped down to my undies and it's still hot, there's nothing else I can do.
I'm gonna echo that.
You could fan yourself with a newspaper. Just fucking, just fan yourself.
Guys, I found him. My new Tarosian bard.
Oh.
Oh yeah?
What is that?
You know it's cursed, baby.
What is that?
What?
Oh shit.
What do you
I'll have to look at that in a moment. I think I will be calling stream here soon.
It's like I gotta check out this meme. Shuts off stream.
But there ain't no love.
The masses can't know that I'm laughing at a meme.
No, I think we'll just be able to work on this more tomorrow as well. I don't have like the bad part is that most of the stream has been me coughing and it's a lot of me being out of breath. This whatever these fucking After Effects are have just been messing with me. Something fierce.
Yep, you got the long cough.
Could I offer a piece of advice regarding the map?
A piece of advice.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
Piece
may
of
be
my
so
mind.
bold if you're
I wasn't
wanting
asking
it.
for any opinions, but sure.
You were literally asking for opinions about your fucking farm 30 minutes ago.
What's up?
So each district of Elion is sort of led by a family, right?
District?
Yeah, each like portion of Elion, each farms have a family that lead them. They're divided by each lot. the southern farms, the western farms, right?
Not.
And it's
I
just-
mean, the farms closer to town and everything are sort of individual farms. There are large plots which are ran by families.
And those are outside of the town.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's
So
a
they're not in
road
this
that
map?
leads to them.
Gotcha. I was gonna say, why not make them resemble what lore you've written of each family that owns it? But guess it doesn't fit enough.
Yeah, they're like it's they'd basically be like a couple miles from town type deal.
Yeah.
You would need either you walk or you take a cart and you basically get to the town center.
I got ramen in my beard.
Nice. I love eating chips. I look down, I got a little chip waiting for me.
Yeah.
I go, oh, nice.
I love. Blech. That's right. When you get that beer froth on your stash, you can taste it.
Oh
again.
God. I've gotten better about it now that I've had my mustache for so long, but fuck, dude. The first like year or two of having a mustache, it just gotten everything.
Yep.
That's the one thing they don't tell you. Your mustache will find a way into every piece of food and or drink.
tasted it.
It's like a filter.
That's right. It's like gills.
Yeah, it's like gills, dude.
You can make that sucking sound on your mustache. That's how.
Yeah, when I used to comb my mustache down instead of like style it to the side, where I basically looked like I was in a Southern film all the time. It was basically me just that sucking sound, just everything I drink, nos, water, soda. Now, because my mustache is parted and it's sort of pulled at the edges to give it a twirl, my mustache doesn't get in my mouth nearly as much.
Gosh.
All right. I'm going to call stream here. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
All right. Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye,
May
chat.
your stashes be forever in your dinner.
Sorry we let you go with that bit of nightmare fuel at the end there, but have a good day, chat.
I'll be back. All right, friends, companions. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. I really do appreciate it. Again, I know these are shorter streams than what we usually do, but fuck me, man. These coughs, they've just been whooping my ass. I always feel like super lethargic, and even talking, it eventually just sort of wears you down. I hope I really do work past this, because I want to run games again. And if I'm running games and I have to deal with this, we're gonna stream tomorrow, probably around the same time, probably earlier. I don't know, but I do know that we will be streaming tomorrow and working on the same map. I want to work on Eliant. Maybe toy with some more ideas about hexcrawling, and go from there. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys for coming out. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to do this shit without you guys. Like, you guys supporting me all throughout December and even into January and stuff like that, where my streams have become super like intermittent and all that stuff, or I've become really short. I really appreciate you guys. Victim Altaurus NPCs. That'll probably come around later. I want to make NPCs, but I don't have any like reason to make Victim Altaurus NPCs right now. So, but when we do, I want to go full like heavy into the paint with them. So, but that's it for me tonight, guys. If you're new here, if you just followed, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition dungeon master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw is one of our normal streams. It's TPK Tuesday, a general world building stream where we work on maps, monsters, or anything else. The next time you will see me will be this Wednesday, where we're going to do World Building Wednesday and keep working on the same stuff. So if you like everything that you've seen tonight, thanks for hanging around. Why don't you join the Discord to come hang out with all the cool people that you hung out with in chat. Follow the Twitter for notifications. Subscribe to the YouTube for VODs. I just recently started working on the YouTube again. I do apologize for any of you VOD watchers. They're getting uploaded, I swear. I have another batch coming out soon, so please look forward to that. Check out the Patreon to get your hands on some beautifully made maps made by yours truly for your own VTT and home games. And use code CROWN for 20% off any checkout that you use using Rogue. That's it, everybody. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. If you're going through some shit, we got your back. I'll see you later, chat.